Salam, Brother Misbah, you already entered? Please, you have already nearby 9. You have to check and all. Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So I will uh, let me share first the slides. Please tell if you can hear and see it properly, okay?
Okay. You can see my face or not?
Yes, yes, I can see.
Okay. Okay, I can see the screen now.
Can see it?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. All right. So I will admit the students. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So is it okay? Is okay?
Ah,
Okay, this one? Okay, later you can make a housekeeping announcement.
Mr. President, will the President of the company or the presentation during the day?
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلامين ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم
okay, inshallah, we will start within short time, within 5 minutes, inshallah. alaikum, dear audience. We will start shortly, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and a very good morning to everyone. My name is Misbah Rahman Khan. I will be your MC for today's program. I am currently serving as Executive Secretariat of Culture, Intelligence and Education Unit of IIUM, Postgraduate Student Society, which is also known as PGSS, for the session of 2024 and 2025 session. Apart from my involvement in PGSS, I'm also in my second year of postgraduate study in mechatronics engineering here at IIUM. And I am from Bangladesh, and it is truly an honor to be with you today and to guide you through our day two session of Taruf Week. Today we will have many programs, many sessions, which is all are very beneficial for us. I can just go through the program flow for you just to know which is coming, what is coming for us. The first session will be IIM Finance Division student briefing, and which is student will know the financial matters, including tuition fee, procedures, available facilities, and student financial services. The second one, we will have the cultural diversity among the Muslims in IIM community. As we all know that our university has the first number of cultural diversity. So the session will be beneficial for us, inshallah. The next session also we have the research proposal session, which is conducted by our one of the prestigious professor of our university. And then after that we will have the post-graduation presentation skill session, and which is also important for our study. The next, and after that we will have the post-graduation transdisciplinary session, and we will finish our session by today at 4:30, which is conducted by the Deputy Dean of CPS. So inshallah, we will have a very productive and informative session today, and I will request all of the students and all of the audiences today to take note and join all of the sessions sincerely. With that, with a further ado, let us proceed with our first program of today, the IIUM Finance Division Student Briefing. So we have with us Madam Azura Binti Alias, Deputy Director, Head of Student Finance Service Department, Finance Division IIUM. So I request Madam Azura Binti Alias to start his session, her session. Thank you.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I share a screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
can see.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Without further ado, I will proceed with the briefing. First of all, I am Madam Azura binti Alias from Student Finance Services Department. We in charge for the student matters, especially on billing and fees, and also student scholarship and assistantship. Okay. This is the overview of the student financials. You should know the type of fees, financial policies and procedures, and payment methods. Okay, as you can see, this is the component that you will see in your charging, in your billing. There will be entrance fee, the fees that you pay, the first one before you enter the university, tuition fees. Recurrent fees is services, it's like services fees for all the facilities in the university, insurance, hostel fee, bench fee for the kuliah with lab especially. Evaluation fee is the thesis evaluation fee. This one will be charged at the last semester of your study. If, for example, your semester is 4 semester and will charge at the 4th semester. Even you are not graduated yet in the 4th semester, but the graduation fee and evaluation fee will be charged at that semester. Also graduation fee. Okay, I will show you, this is the fee structure. Okay, this is our website. It's https division.um.edu.myfinance. Okay, and you will see your tuition fees here. All the announcement regarding finance also will be here. We have homepage here. This is one of the important highlights. That is all the graduating student. Financial clearance is compulsory and convocation. Okay, if you are not settled your outstanding fees, you can go for your convocation. Okay, this is the tuition fees. For the PG, you will see at this master program. Okay, we have master program Malaysian, we have master program international, and also Dr. Philosophy PhD here for the Malaysia and also for the international. Inside you can see the charging in details lah. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, this is the component that I told you just now. If you are full-time, we charge you the entrance fees. It depends on your mode of studies, coursework, research, and mixed mode. For the entrance fee, 840. It depends also on your, your, what we said, your kuliah. For tuition fee coursework, tuition fee research, if you are under research, then you will charge the research fees. Coursework is per credit hour, and then recurrent, the services, the evaluation fee and graduation fee. Graduation, currently we charge 250 per student. Okay. So for the detail of your tuition fees, this is the page you should refer. Okay, then I'll proceed with the next slide. Okay, for the financial statement, all of students, I really request for the student to be alert on your financial statement, whether the charging is correct or not. You should understand, and you should, you should be serious to understand what the university charge you, what not, and what should be charged to you. Okay, I cannot simply accept, because sometimes the system also make error. So better you check and understand what is the charging as per the tuition fees in the website that I showed just now. As you can see, as a new student, of course, you have your iMaklum ID, right? So you go to here. Here they have my services, and then you click finance, and then you can the financial statement will appear like this. Okay, the charging on the left side, you can see your charging, like what we mentioned in the tuition fees just now. This is all the component. It depends lah. If you are the kuliah with lab, then you will see the bench fee. Okay. Hostel also, and if you are staying during vacation, they will charge you LIDV. Okay, on your right side here, this is all the payment that made by you. So make sure if you do your payment, okay, please make sure it's appear in the financial statement. Okay, if it's delayed, then inform us. Okay, is that so far okay, brother?
Yes.
Okay. So we proceed with the financial policies and procedures. Okay. This is our policies. As you can see, number one, all outstanding fees should be fully settled at least 2 weeks before pre-registration period. Otherwise, students will be barred from registering for the coming semester and seeing their examination result. Entrance fee will not be refunded in the event that student withdraws from the university. Number three, the tuition fee and related fees paid will be refunded as follow. Entrance fee will not be refunded. If you are withdrawing from the university, that's it. But for the tuition fee and related fees, there's percentage that we will refund. If you are withdrawing the university within the 30 days from the first day until the first month, means that 30 days, we'll refund you 90% of the tuition fee. If it is within the 2 months after the registration, 60% refund, and no refund after second month of semester. If you are withdrawing after the second month, there will be no refund at all. Okay. During the short semester, the tuition fee will be charged according to the credit hour registered, and the related fees will be charged half from the normal fees. Related fees actually is recurrent lah for the services. So then, students staying for the short semester at hostel will be charged RM 900 for postgraduate room. For study extension, students should pay full research fees plus credit hour fee, if any, and recurrent academic fees during the extension period. And now, for your information, we already have a new policy in which if the student extend, they'll be charging for the application for the extension. I hope that all of you will grade on time. It's just that I should inform you in early today that if you are extend, there will be more charges for you. Okay, according to the semester, the special charges they will charge to the student. Okay. Number 7, audit fees for the student with the audited subject. The fee per credit hour will be half from the normal fee. Graduation fee 250. Number 9, postgraduates who registered comprehensive examination will be charged additional tuition fee of RM 200. Prerequisite subjects. The fee per credit hour for prerequisite subject will be charged according to the type of the subject registration. I know that some of the students, if they want to proceed with their master or PhD, they need to take some subject. So the subject, they will charge according to the fees. This is additional on top of what we have mentioned in the website lah. The university has the right to revise the fees without notification. For further details, as just now I show you our website, right? Okay, this one. Okay, you will come to the same the same ni website. Okay, Facebook, we have Facebook also, and also we have Instagram. Okay, payment methods. Now, we encourage the student to use IIUM EasyPay. This form will auto-update your statement once you pay your fees. It will not, you maybe give around how many seconds, 1 minute or 2 minutes like that, but it will auto-update your statement. Okay, I show you how you, I'm not sure whether all of you have been using the EasyPay, but I'll show you how we enter the EasyPay. Okay, again, this is the homepage, the website just now. I already show you the tuition fees, and now this is the payment option. Payment option, we have many types of ways to pay for the tuition fees, but we really want the student, encourage the student to use IIMZ Pay. Why? Because it is real-time update. Okay, if you want, suddenly you are blocked and you pay, the block automatically will remove. Okay, so how we want to use the Easy Pay? This is the ways. Okay, just click on it and you click login. Okay, login here as a student, you don't use the blue one, but you use this one. Login with IUMCAS. I think all of you familiar with this screen already. Okay, whatever you want to you access IM Maklum also, you will see this screen. Okay. So okay, we use this one and then login. Okay, if you use this login CAS, you able to see all your transaction, whether it is successful or whether it is fail, you can see. If it's successful, then Alhamdulillah, your statement will be updated. But if it's failed, then you need to do something. You need to do it again. Okay. For payment, you can use you should use you should go to home here. And then down here, you choose student fee. Okay. Not this one. Okay, you put your paycheck number and also your IC, and then the screen will appear. Kalau macam nak bayar untuk admin Give you the sample. Ini 10-12 ni. Oh, okay. Okay, for example, you will see the outstanding here. Okay, and you may choose, you can adjust the fees here. Okay, so like this now, for example, you want to pay 500 or 846. This is the amount outstanding. This amount should equal with the outstanding in your financial statement. Okay, if you want to pay less, then you adjust this amount. If not, you just click make payment. Okay, then make payment. All this the detail will be here. When the screen reach this screen, okay, you can't adjust anymore. The adjustment is only the previous screen. Okay, and then of course you enter your bank. You choose the internet banking individual, and then you choose your bank, okay, and then proceed. This is for me, I show you if you are using Maybank lah. Okay, they will redirect you to your screen, to your bank screen. Then you proceed with all the information that they required until payment settle. And please remember, you do your payment in this in your bank screen. There will one clause here there, return to merchant. Return to merchant. You must click that return to merchant, or else the receipt will like pending like that. You must click. You must make sure you follow the instruction accordingly. Okay. Okay. So from me, I think as a student, this is what that from finance, this is what that I can show you lah for today. So for anything, you may email finance@um.edu.my, or you can contact these numbers, student financials. 6421 is the same number. The extension is 3871, 3191, 5943, 5945. For the student scholarship, 5941, 3193, and 3194. This is our website just now, okay? And also the Facebook. Okay. In additional, actually, even though I already share you the tuition fees and payment option, please do visit our website so that you can explore additional info in this in here, like scholarship and financial assistance. We list out the available financial assistance in the university. Okay, for like Sejahtera Award is for CPS, and you can explore. Okay, we also have the local one, and we also, this is some of the scholarship that provided scholarship to our student, but this one you need to contact by yourself lah. Okay, so all the announcement is here regarding finance. Okay, the due date payment, the clearance, whatever lah, the latest one. Also the offering of the scholarship. Okay, and okay, contact us. Okay, this is our numbers. So I think that's all from finance division. So I open for question and answer.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, I have one question. I have three questions actually. Okay, the first one is it's stated in the Easy Pay I have outstanding 740, but I did actually make the payment 24th September. I mean, like few minutes. Why it's not updated yet? I mean, in the iMaklum it's stated already the payment already made, but in the IUM Easy Pay it's stated outstanding.
Oh, you check it just now, is it?
Yep. I'm currently logging in right now.
Okay.
Using dual monitor. So in the iMaklum is stated the payment already done on 24th September. But in the that one Easy Pay is still stated outstanding.
Okay.
Okay, this is number one. Okay, the second one is in my offer letter, the fee is slightly different from the website, because in my offer letter, the entrance fee is 740 in the for triple IBF, but in the website is 840. And then the recurrent fees in my offer letter is 600, but in the website is 650. So there's like slight difference lah. So I just want to know whether that will be affected or not. And also the last one, in the iMaklum financial statement, my financial, The only fee charged to me was the entrance fees. So the tuition fees is not charged yet. So is it going to be charged later or how? Because so now I have a extra payment of 4,700 ringgit lah. So because only the entrance fee being charged. So the other fee is not being charged yet. So I'm not sure why the discrepancy.
Okay, for Easy Pay, if the amount appear is means that if your statement is zero, but Easy Pay is still showing
Outstanding.
outstanding, you must contact us because most of the case it should be clear. This one you must contact us. I've read sometimes the system have error, right? So that's why
Okay.
you need to contact us lah.
Even
Okay.
though I maklum already paid, already
Yeah,
stated.
I wonder if
I
you can
maklum
share
already
me
said.
if you can share me after this your PM me your matric number, that one I need to check because not
Okay.
every student will face the same error, the same problem.
And then the
Okay.
second one in I maklum only entrance fee being charged, no tuition fees, no recurrence
Okay.
fees. But I
Okay.
already paid the full amount, so I was it's extra lah. So that's why I was wondering why also.
Okay. For the fees charging, we'll run the billing after 6th of October. We'll
Oh, okay.
yes, we issue the bill during the new semester.
Okay.
Okay.
And also the discrepancy between my offer letter fees and also the website fees. Why there are discrepancies?
You kuliah mana? Which kuliah?
IBF, triple IBF.
Okay. Kuliah like in the website, we just put the
Estimation, is it?
estimation.
Okay, all right, okay, no problem. Okay, that's clear. All right,
But
okay.
your offer letter, they will estimation
Yeah.
also. Like that.
Okay. All right. Okay, understand. All right. Okay. So I will contact you later lah about the why is still outstanding in the
Detail.
ECP. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Actually, as for my experience, ma'am, I also use the EasyPay, and EasyPay is like real time, is updated in real time. So it's good for us and good for the students also. So there are some questions from the audiences. Should I say to you regarding, ma'am? Okay, so here one student is asking, will payments made by EPF also recorded here?
Yes.
Okay.
You fill in the application form in the EPF, and then the EPF system will we can see directly in our system here in university, and then there's a person in charge who will process your application and approve, and KBSP will release the payment to us.
Okay. So another sister is asking about the bench fees. So she missed the part of the bench fee. So can you repeat that part again?
Okay, bench fees. So far, the understanding for bench fees is for the lab usage. For the kuliah with the lab, the kuliah will charge the student bench fees, like engineering, what more? Kuliah of science, kuliah of health, like that. Science, the science kuliah.
Okay, understood. I hope the sister got her answer. So another sister is asking about, I'm not sure can I know about the IIUM alumni discount?
Okay. IUM alumni discount, for you to get the IUM alumni discount, you need to go to the CPS. There is a form that you need to fill in, clarify certain criteria that will make you eligible for the discount. Especially, you cannot have any sponsorship. One of the criteria. Okay.
So the student who already have the sponsorship, they cannot apply for the IIUM alumni discount.
Right.
Okay, I think the audience should take note. So is there any Okay, there is another questions. My bill also only has entrance fee, so I will wait post. Oh, okay, so the same question the brother already did. Like as you mentioned that all the bill will be deducted after 6th October because 6th October will the new semester will start.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Sorry to interrupt.
Mm.
My name is Nurul Shakila. I want to ask about the invoice for the coming course because actually I am under sponsor by government KKM, and now I'm taking my PhD. But actually I already request for the invoice for the tuition fees for my department to pay to IIUM, but until now I haven't received, and my department also I haven't received any feedback from finance to
Yes.
get the payment. Yeah, because we need
Again,
to release the payment.
okay, again, with KKM, we don't have, I mean, you are not the first student. So, KKM, like others also, we need to we will issue the invoice after the charging is inside your financial statement.
So what does it mean?
It
So
means that,
how I can enter the course because my class will
you know,
be start on.
you need to inform us. If you are under KKM, you need to inform us. There, for you,
I
you
already
don't have
informed.
any, no, I
I
mean for
already
you.
emailed to IIUM since June this year before I enter this coming October. But until now, I haven't received any feedback. And I already called twice last month, and then they said they will send to my department. But until now, also they haven't sent any invoice. So it's also this is also concerned by my department. How they gonna pay? Because they also want to pay, but they didn't get any response from the finance.
KKM, we will issue the invoice, but for the whole number of students, we will, I mean, put in one bar, not only one student. You see? So for the new student also, there will be a list of students before we can submit to the KKM. We have the communication with the department directly. So I'm not sure whether your different department, this one I need to check. Okay?
Okay.
Because I really need to check. If you don't mind, you can email me directly, Sister Azura. I mean, my email is Azura. Because I think you emailed to finance, right? I need
Yes,
to check.
I already email to the finance, but still got the same response that um they will send the invoice sooner or later. But until now, don't get any response.
The new invoice will issue in the semester. Like again, like I said just now, we'll issue once the student all in the university and the charging already charged to the bill. After that, the invoice will be issued to the KKM, and KKM is not new for us, so we always communicate with them. So for the student also, actually you will not face any problem because your status will not block. You see?
Okay.
Because the sponsorship will mention that for the student under KKM, there will be no block. You can
Okay.
register and proceed with your studies.
All right. Thank you.
But if anything, you can inform us, no problem. Okay?
Right. Right.
Okay, really sorry if you the message is not clearly sampai lah to you.
Sure,
Okay.
never mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, again. Okay. There is another question.
I also have a question regarding the bench fee just now. It is once per year, right, madam? Because I'm from Kuliah of Medicine.
Per semester, according to semester.
So once per semester.
Yes.
And then I was being informed that the bench fee can be used to pay for the conferences or workshop. Is it true?
Okay, bench fees is under the jurisdiction of the kuliah.
Okay.
If you want to use
So
it, then you
respective
can
kuliah.
communicate. Yeah, the respective.
Okay. All right. And then regarding the payment of the fees, the tuition fees, for example, I am a self-sponsored student, and I would like to pay through KWSP.
Yes.
So can it be done like KWSP directly pay to the UIA finance?
Yes, currently, KWSP pay directly to UIA.
So does that mean I have to liaise with KWSP regarding this?
Online. The application is
Okay.
online.
All
Everything. You
right.
just put and we'll get the info directly online also.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, madam.
Ma'am, there is another questions from one person. He said, I noticed that the amount stated in my offer letter differs from the tuition fee that I was asked to pay during registration. I also saw that the total fee in my offer letter has recently been updated or changed. So this is the question.
The offer letter is different, is it?
Yes, as she mentioned that the offer letters, the amount in the offer letter differs from the amount she was asked to pay during the registration.
Suppose you pay according to the offer letter.
Okay.
So if the registration also, they will follow the offer letter. If there is a changes in the offer letter, it might be because of okay, for all of you, for information for the international student, we have the SST. We already have SST there, so the rate, the charge will be increase from what mentioned in the offer letter. If you are receiving the offer letter before July, and then of course you will when you register recently, the amount will change.
Okay, I hope the confusion is clear. Okay, another questions is from one student. The requirements for alumni batch 2003 degree for the discount. As she said, like I'm currently PhD program and self-sponsored. So is it applicable for the students are applicable who are from like 2003, but still, yeah.
Oh, no problem, because
Okay.
the discount is given to the student according to the intake year. I mean, even you are batch 2003, it's not according to the batch, but it is according to the semester you are enter for your PhD or master.
The another questions we got is about the personal bond. Will international students receive a refund for it? When and how will they receive the personal bond? Yes.
Okay, personal bond will refund back to the student after your graduation. You are declared as graduated, okay, and no outstanding fees, then we'll refund the personal bond. But personal bond also can be used at the end of the semester, at the end of your last semester, to offset with any outstanding. It's up to you. But it will refund if you already pay all your outstanding fees.
Thank you. One student wants to know that what is the entrance fee and what is that charged for?
Okay, entrance fee actually is the fees that we charge to the student for the processes before the student enter. Of course, there will be a process, right? For the staff, for the services that we do before you enter the university. Of course, it's like registration lah, the first registration amount that you need to pay, entrance. It is a process, charging for the processes that we do before the student enter the university.
Okay. So I hope the students got the answer. So one sister is asking if she had the she is doing her study remotely, so she won't be able to use it using the lab. So do her also she has to pay for the bench fee or no?
Okay, again for the remote, I think this one you need to refer back to the CPS also and also the kuliah. Because if the kuliah verified that the student is not using or no test or whatever they are doing for the student, no cost in charge or cost incurred, and then you might communicate again with the kuliah and also with the CPS. Because we at finance, once we get advice from the kuliah, they verify that you are not using anything related to the bench fees. You don't have to pay, then we will adjust your statement accordingly.
So is there any questions more from the audience?
Madam?
Yes.
Oh, yes. May I know where can we find the hostel fee structure on finance website?
Okay, for hostel fee structure, sister, you need to go to Residential Services Department website.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That-
And then one more thing, because just now I checked my financial statement and there's no balance left, but when I check the IM Easy Pay, there is still balance that I have to pay. So do I have to visit the finance unit for it?
you can communicate with me because if this case, I need to check. I'm afraid there's some error with the Easy Pay.
Oh, okay. So do I have to email you?
Yes, you email me.
Okay. Where can I get your email? Wait.
My email is Azura, AZURE,
Azura. Oh,
at iium.edu.my.
okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure what's wrong with Easy Pay today. I'm quite surprised because statement is zero and Easy Pay got outstanding. I need to check. Thank you for informing me.
But usually, ma'am, the DCPay is update in real time. So, and also it shows the history, like the payment, when the payment is made and everything. So it's very, very efficient and easy for the student. So for the student, as Madam said, the student should go for the Easy Pay and it will be updated very soon.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay, ma'am. Another one.
Assalamualaikum, Madam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Madam, I would like to ask about the student who doesn't exit APT test, need to take course in this SEM. So we need to know how much fees for this course, ma'am, exclude our fees in the semester. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. For EPT test, again, when it is involved EPT, the rate, the fees is RM 100 ringgit.
100 ringgit.
Yes.
Okay.
But now it's for EPT test. But if you need to enter again with the kuliah, then the charging is 3,300.
3,300 for take course.
Per semester, yes.
Per semester. Okay. Thank you, Madam. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
So one brothers is asking, what is the difference between the tuition fees and the recurrent academic fees?
Yeah, tuition fee is your academic, of course, your academic costs that we incurred for lecturers, for your everything related to your academic. But for recurrent actually service rather, for the services, for using the library, the facilities in the university. It is the facilities. Like if you go to other university, they will call it as services charges. But here we call recurrent. That's only the difference. Hope I answered the question.
Yes, hope the confusion is and Okay, so okay, so as before, Madam already answered the questions. One brother is asking like how to get the alumni discount. So I think if you want to get the alumni discount, you have to come to the CPS office regarding yeah. Okay.
That's right.
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay, so okay. Is there any questions? Some
Assalamualaikum, madam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Right now I'm enrolled for master program part-time, self-sponsored. Just pay the registration amount as stated in the offer letter. But my company right now want to sponsor my total cost for the master program. So where I can get the breakdown for the whole course, yeah?
Okay, you can email us at finance@ium.my, finance@ium.edu.my, and you mentioned that you need to get the fee structure for you to send to your company.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Also can come to the counter, no problem.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, welcome.
Assalamualaikum, Madam Azura. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you for answering my question regarding the personal bond. Right now, I have two more questions, if you don't mind.
Problem, can.
Okay. The first question is about the entrance fee. Is it like one-time payment or we have to pay every semester?
One time, one off, only
One
for
time.
the first semester.
Only one, okay, only for the first semester, and then the second, third, and the rest we don't have to pay.
Yes,
Okay,
no
that's
need to pay.
Thank you so much. And the other question is about the medical insurance. So for international students, do we have to pay the medical insurance every semester?
It is yearly charge, 500 per year.
500 per year. So 2025, 2026, and then 2026, 2027.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
Okay, thank you so much, madam. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You also.
Thank you, ma'am, and also thank you for the nice questions. So if there is any questions from Madam Azura, you may ask to Madam Azura.
Madam,
Yes.
for personal bond, is it charged every semester?
No, also it is during the entrance, right? Only in your entrance. Only
Okay.
one time payment. Okay, discount fees for alumni IUM. I can see the question here. Discount fees for alumni IUM. Once you get it, you will get for every semester. Unless suddenly you got sponsorship, then the discount will be revert back for that semester. Okay.
Yeah, I think the students should take note. If you have any kind of sponsorship, you will not eligible for the IIUM alumni discount.
Okay, also, madam, can we pay the entrance fees via KDBSP as well? I'm not sure whether entrance fees actually you are paying during the registration, right? So I'm not sure whether you already entered the university or not. Sister Nurul Hasana.
So Brother Hafiz also asked about how to get the discount fees. So same as Madam said, we have to go to the CPS and there are some forms you have to fill up and the finance division will update accordingly.
Okay, the prerequisite subject, Brother Harith Rizal asked about the prerequisite subject, right? This one not every student take it, so you need you may contact us. You need to check because different kuliah, different charges.
Sorry, madam. Regarding the entrance fee just now, when is the last deadline to pay for the entrance fee?
You already registered or not, sister?
Yes, already registered and the status is active.
Okay, so if like that, you're still not paying your entrance fees?
Oh, because I'm actually staff, so that day I sent email to Brother Faiz from finance. Because he say for staff there is like a 50% deduction, something like that. So he's doing the calculation. So I'm actually waiting for that to make the payment lah.
Okay, okay. But still can. There's either or lah. If you either you pay first and you claim to the KWSP, or
Or
you you use the online application.
okay, all right.
Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Welcome. Yes, for me, okay, I would like to remind all the student, if you have sponsor, please come email us or inform us that you have the sponsor, or else we don't know if you have a sponsor or not, and suddenly your status, your active will be blocked, your student, so you will face the difficulties lah, kan? So better, if you have sponsor, please inform us. Please come or email to us, mention that you have sponsor. And if your sponsor need invoices from us, also please highlight that.
I think we got all of the answers and all some uh, is there any questions left? I think we are running out of time. So in this, okay, you can proceed. I think that will be the last question for today's session.
Okay, apa ni? Yes, I want to ask about the what we call the entrance fee, because there's this specifically when I check the IMALO financial statement, the website and the fee structure. Like in the offer letter, it stated is 540, 540. But in the what we call in the my master structure for the economics, it is 840.
Okay, brother, it
840.
depends. It depends on your
But
kuliah. Again, sorry.
the financial statement I maklum, it is 740.
Normally the different because of the APT test.
Okay.
If you need to take it, then they will register you and they will charge you.
I see. Okay, thank you, madam.
Welcome.
So also I want to inform you, madam, I also had the issue on the outstanding payment for EasyPay. Also, so I will be emailing to you also.
Okay.
Just to inform you. Okay. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, brother. I think from by these questions we can conclude our session. I want to thank you again, Madam Azura Binti Alias, Deputy Director, Head of Student Financial Service Department, Finance Division IIUM, for her valuable time and also very sourceful and informative session. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will proceed with our next session and
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
okay, Assalamualaikum. Our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Fatmir Sehu, an esteemed academic whose expertise lies in Usul ad-Din, comparative religion, Islam, and inter-religion dialogues, as well as the comparative ethics. Dr. Fatmir, an Albanian citizen, has a long and meaningful journey with IIUM. He obtained his BA honors and MA in Arabic language and linguistics, as well as PhD in Usul ad-Din and comparative religion from this very university. With his vast knowledge and global experience, he is well positioned and to guide us today on the theme of cultural diversity among the Muslims in IIM community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Prof. Dr. Fatmir Sehu.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعه giving me this opportunity to share my experience with you, as it was mentioned by the moderator. And above all, we have to be thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala this opportunity to be here with you today. Alhamdulillah, when you look at the reality, being an IIM student or anywhere else, you'll face the reality the way it is. So we don't have to deny the reality. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us and He'll test us. So life in this world, it is a trial. It is not just you think that coming to IIM University, you'll be solving the problems of the Ummah. So you're coming to this university is to become somebody, to become a personality for yourself first, to realize your own identity, where do you belong? Because looking at the context of IIM, it is very broad because it's reaching not only Malaysia as a country, but it goes beyond Malaysia. So we have students from different parts of the world, as well as the academic staff. So now when you look at the mission and the vision of our university that is leading the way and serving the Ummah and humanity, so now you have to understand why you are here. So now I'll share the slides. I have raised some questions that will make you reflect on this reality, because this I find it very important for us to understand. So this is what I'll be talking about when I look at the general overview about our university, then look at the context of IIM, why we need this cultural diversity. At the same time, as I mentioned to that, you have to understand who you are. What is your position as a Muslim? Therefore, to understand Islamic identity is very crucial for us as Muslims today. Looking at the challenges that we are facing everywhere, not only in one particular place that has become a big issue when you look at the Gaza, Muslims in Gaza, but we see that Muslims are struggling even in their own countries, not only in particular place. And that is, it comes back to the way we understand Islam. So if we understand Islam properly, then I think this will solve all problems that we are facing today. That is for that reason, I'll share with you briefly how to manage this cultural diversity. Because when you look at the reality, most of us have misunderstood Islam, and we have squeezed Islam into our culture, and we look at Islam from the cultural perspective. So to get rid of this, your being in this university, whether you like it or not, as I mentioned before, you don't have to tell me that everything will be ready for you, but you have to run after things. That is life in this world. So I raise this question here. what I am going to do in IUM, what is the culture of IUM's community, how to manage culture diversity in this university, why are there many cultures, why is there a need for cultural diversity, and whose culture is better. Being in Malaysia, does it mean that the culture of the Malays that is better? And even when you look at the context of Malaysia, they themselves have a cultural diversity. So even if that is the case, even they themselves will tell each other whose culture is better. When you look at Malaysia, it is divided into 14 federal states. And within the same federal state, if you say in Selangor, you find cultural differences. So what about our university that is facilitating students from all Malaysia as well as outside Malaysia? As I mentioned here, we use this challenge that we find in our university as an opportunity that this will open for us the door to learn about others and to improve what we have. And when we know Islamic identity, as I mentioned previously, and you know who you are and your responsibility, then you'll be able to manage this diversity easily. So think about this. And of course, when you look at this very general observation, the reality that we can see today, everywhere you go in the world, things are not easy as we expect them. You might find something easy in one country and something is very difficult. So there is a balance. In every country, you can see there are good things as well as difficult things that we can see there. There are opportunities and there are challenges at the same time. So you don't expect that life in this world, it is a paradise. Life in this world, it is like a transition that we are here to serve the purpose why Allah created us. So we are not here to think differently. We have to think, live, and do things as Muslims. So your being a Muslim, I believe it is a privilege that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us. When you look at the majority of the human population, they don't have this privilege to be Muslims. Now, being a Muslim, it is not.
Sorry, doctor, for the interruption.
Yes.
Maybe you can make the presentations fully screen so that everyone, it will be better to see. Yes, thank you, doctor.
Okay, let me just do that. Is okay?
Yes, doctor. Now is clear.
Okay. Now, this is what I mentioned here. When we look at the role that is played by religion, when you look at here, religion, I mean Islam in particular, because we have other religions. Even in our university, we have members or students from other religious communities. So it's not only related to culture, but it's related to religion as well and ideologies. We see that people follow different ideologies. You might find this kind of personalities in our university, then how you're going to manage the differences that we see in our relationship with others. So that is why, in order to understand it properly, we have to shape our worldview. In order to shape our worldview as Muslims, then, as I mentioned before, everything comes back to the way we understand Islam. And I believe that our university is trying its best to provide this learning environment where students from different levels in general and postgraduate level in particular will be able to mold and frame and shape their personality while being with our university. So this is the reality. And we know that the boundaries that are set from each one of us culture, so you can maintain your cultural identity, there is no problem according to Islam, as long as it does not create any conflict in your relationship with people. And another thing that you don't have to impose on others what you see as a good thing according to your culture. But we can allow others to understand something that is good according to Islam, and we make sure that Muslims in particular, they have to live according to what Islam is teaching us. So that is why we use Islamic identity as the key indicator to monitor the cultural diversity that we find in our university. So this is very important here, the why I focus my presentation on these two components because these are very fundamental. And here, let us look at the objectives for you to understand it. So I'm trying to share my experience with you in order to provide what I know and to understand cultural diversity and Muslim identity in general and within the context of IIM. And of course, to understand different ways and what I can see, what is the proper way according to my understanding as a Muslim. So I don't want to impose, as I mentioned to you before, from my own cultural perspective. But we can use a culture value as long as it is not contradictory to the teachings of Islam. So this is why I mentioned here Muslim identity will be used as a key indicator to manage this cultural diversity. And currently our university is, using another platform beside leading the way. So we have the Tawhidic epistemology, even though this it has been there from the very beginning, but the emphasis are put on that in order to create this awareness. So we know that when you look at the Arkanul Iman, that is very fundamental. When you look at the Tawhid, that shows the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you have to realize the reality here that different people understand Tawhid according to the context. Whereas in our context, we have to make sure that Tawhid, it denotes the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So then how we are going to bring with us this God consciousness and to acknowledge the fact in everything we do that Allah is one and He is the one who deserves to be appreciated for everything that He has given to us. That is the reason why we cannot deny the fact that the Islamic sources, that is Quran and Sunnah, are very fundamental for us as Muslims, and this is what our university is following. Regardless of the challenges that we are going to face, you don't have to tell me that I am right and he's wrong, or he's right and I'm wrong, or why things are like that. So you have to understand this is a trial. Allah is testing us wherever we go, whatever it is, That's why here I just want to share with you what is meant by cultural diversity. When you look at the general view, it is usually related to people's social and cultural differences about their diverse lifestyles and identity, because when you look at people, they create an identity out of their culture. So the problem will be with Muslims when culture is dominating religion, when culture dominates Islam. So that is the problem. So we want that Islam will dominate culture. And you know very well, when Islam introduces itself to a particular community, Islam doesn't change everything that is in that community. So what will be changed? What is contradictory to the divine commandments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is how, when I said that describe how cultures, groups, and societies are diversely structured and how they deal with differences. Now, before we judge, to avoid the judgmental approach, we have to study others. We have to know others. A person that you look as a stranger at you at the first glance that you might have at him or her, when you come a bit near to him or her, you talk, communicate, you find a different aspect. Maybe what you thought before is going to be changed completely. But if we create these barriers, looking at others from the outside perspective without having any kind of engagement, communication, and we use the judgmental approach, so this will become a nightmare for us as Muslims. And for you as students, now you are at the highest level. The expectation is very high. Looking at postgraduate level, our university expects from you a lot. You have to be leaders. You have a say. When you graduate, whether you get master's degree or PhD, then your word is counted. It is not like at the undergraduate level that they have a lot of, if I say, a way ahead, the future. When you look at it, they have to develop it according to what they choose. But for you, as I mentioned, the expectation is very high. So you have to understand this properly. And when you look at the Quran, this is what I mentioned in Surah Al-Ma'idah, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned to us why this diversity, and we understand that, as Allah has said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَجَعَلَكُمْ أُمَّةً وَاحِدًا. Now it is up to Allah. If Allah wanted us to put one single ummah, there is no such thing easy, difficult for Allah. If He wants to do, He can do. Nobody can say anything. So when you look at Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we don't look at Him the way we look at ourselves. That's why Allah says why He created us with this diversity. وَلَكِنْ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ فِي مَا أَتَاكُمْ فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ. So now your purpose, as I mentioned previously, coming to the university, you consider this as a competition. You are going to compete with each other in order to show to others by actions. You see, talking, we know we are very good in talking. When I look at many Muslims, are very good in talking. Even today, when I look at our problems, all Muslim leaders are very good in talking, but actions are less, Now we want people not just only to talk, we want people to act immediately. That's why Allah says, "Fastabiqul khairat." Khairat, it is the action based. When you look at the act itself, and we know that ibadah, it is an act of worship to appreciate what Allah has given to us. Now we appreciate the test that Allah is putting us. Like you're coming to this university, Allah is testing you. So look at it from that perspective. And I mentioned before, it is a privilege. It is a great privilege, alhamdulillah. It is a blessing from Allah. When look at Allah gives to whom He wishes and to whom He likes. Now we believe that Allah likes us and Allah loves us. When we have that in mind, we have to bear in mind as well that Allah will test us more than anyone else. So I don't think that Allah loves you and Allah will not test you. So we don't have to be like the Jewish people that Allah mentioned in the Quran. Or the Christian, saying that they were the children of God, and Allah says, then if that is the case, then why did Allah punish you? So we are not like that. So Allah has given us many parables in the Quran for us to reflect and to understand the reality of how we are going to come up with situation in this world. And your being in this university, this is related to this particular situation. And the second point, to engage people in a competition in what is righteous and to refrain themselves from being superior to any other fellow human being. So that is what we understand when we look at Surah Rum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ خَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُمْ إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ الْآيَاتِ لِلْعَالِمِينَ. Now it is very clear in this ayah that this diversity, it is a part of the creation. So even if you want to change, you cannot change. It's not all related to our own kind as human beings, but this diversity you see in the whole creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When you enter the forest, you see varieties of colors related to a particular creation of Allah. If we take the butterfly, you can see many colors in the butterfly, and you'll be wondering, and you reflect on this. Even when we look at ourselves as human beings, we are colorful in nature, but we have the same identity. So we are human beings. Al-insan, al-bashar. You see, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned in the Quran, Ya ayyuhan nas. So Allah is not saying that according to the colors, you are different from the other. So we are all the same, but this appearance, it is created by Allah to test us and to appreciate the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You tell me how wonderful it is the way Allah created things. Now imagine if we have only one color, na'udhu billah. If we have only one kind, so what are you going to benefit? It is like you come to our university, you see one culture, one identity, one thing, you eat one food every day, you do all this, one act every day. So that's why this is diversity is a part of the creation for us to reflect and learn. And you look at the language, so you're being in Malaysia, those who are Malays, they might learn cultures of others that are beneficial, that are not contradictory to Islam, and others, those who are from outside Malaysia, being in our university, They have to know how to engage with the Malaysians. When I talk about the Malaysians here, we have the Malays, and most of them, or if we say all of them, are Muslims. And we have other members of the Malaysian community. You might have a Buddhist or a Hindu or a Christian, might be a Chinese. So those who are coming to our university, or when you go outside from the university, you might face this diversity in the Malaysian community. So we have to know how to manage it. That is very important. So bearing in mind that this is a part of the creation, this will solve our problem as Muslims. Isn't that beautiful that Allah created us, privileged us among others, made us Muslims, guided us to what pleases Him, and how do we appreciate what Allah has given to us? So this is very fundamental here. This is very important for us to understand this diversity. And this is meant to respect and care about one another. And all of you are aware of Hajjatul Wada, when our Prophet ﷺ reminded Muslims, and that is a universal approach. So that is not meant that you are going to treat only the Muslim brother and you forget about other human beings, or you forget about other creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is very universal. Otherwise, why do we have to convey the message that our Prophet ﷺ conveyed to us to others? So we can keep it with ourselves. Why should we share with others? For that purpose, our Prophet ﷺ reminded the Muslims at the beginning. So he was telling them, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what is the responsibility of every Muslim in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I believe that all of you are aware of it. When our Prophet ﷺ said, Ya ayyuhan nas, ala inna rabbakum wahid. Whether a person believes in Allah or not, Allah is his creator. Now, when I talk about a person, we mean both male and female. We are dealing this because Allah is addressing this issue in general that is related to both male and female. And according to the context, in many verses, Allah has mentioned this difference between male and female. Wa inna abakum wahid. Now, we have one creator, that is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We have one father, and that is Adam alayhi salam. Allah la fadla li arabi ala ajami. So you have to make sure that there is no superiority over an Arab or a non-Arab. So it means that our Prophet ﷺ is giving us the Islamic framework, platform, how we are going to live in different times, in different contexts, in different situations, until the day Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to raise what He has given to us. وَلَا لِعَجَّمِ عَلَى عَرَبِ وَلَا لِأَحْمَرَ عَلَى أَسْوَدِ. You see the colors here. We have the races here, the positions, and the colors that are mentioned. وَلَا لِأَحْمَرَ عَلى أَسْوَدِ وَلَا أَسْوَدَ عَلى أَحْمَرِ إِلَّا بِالتَّقْوَى. Now, what is very important here, the key indicator that I can say is the last one, that is God consciousness. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned in the Quran. Now, if we reflect on this, when Allah says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, ittaqu yawman turja'una illallah. Now, are we, when we look at ourselves as Muslims, why don't we reflect on this reality that one day every one of us will meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? When I reflect and ponder while being in this university, so that will make my life easy. You see, complaints. We have many complaints, but we complain to Allah. You can share with people. No one is able to solve your problems except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when we rely on Allah, Allah will make it easy for us the problems to be solved in this world. So your mind should be connected with Allah. Your soul should be connected with Allah. When you look at the inner, you see the whole body, the whole personality should be dedicated to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you do that, you have achieved your aim of the creation and your being as a Khalifa of Allah. Especially, you are coming here in this university to show to others who you are. What can you do? What they can benefit from you? How can you benefit them? How can you contribute to the community? If you see a munkar, how you are going to change? We have in our university where people, they are very indifferent, So when they see a munkar, they don't talk, they like it, and they make fun of it, So that is not the character of a Muslim. A Muslim should be vocal, a Muslim should be active, a Muslim should be the one to change. So if you do that, and the lowest, you see, when our Prophet has mentioned the characteristics related to our din. Al-Ala, the highest one is Ashhadu la ilaha illallah. That is the highest one. And the lowest one, Imatatul adha min at-tariq. Now, this is how we get rid of something that is harmful from the pathway. So that can be applied to different contexts. You see, elliptism, sadaqah, so don't show your sour face, your fussy face, your mood. Forget about that. If you want to become someone to achieve and to get the pleasure of Allah, be a person who is every time smiling. I'm not saying that you smile for nothing, So when you're talking with people, show that kind of personality. Because when people talking with you, they have a bright face, they have a lightening face, then the willingness to cope up with these people is there. But if you see a person, the first time you see him, he has very sour face, very fussy, moody, no one is willing. I believe that even angels run away from that person. So try to change. If you have that personality, I hope you become a role model for the members of IM community. So we don't say that our community is the best. We don't say that, But we say we are trying to be the best. So trying to be the best and produce models, produce personalities. So that is the aim of this university. So you don't have to tell me that you come here, then you find all models. Every time we change, and time is changing us. So when we go according to the time, we make sure that we make ourselves relevant to the time according to the teachings of Islam. And you can see here the second point, that is Muslim identity. So every one of you is aware that why Allah created us. So this identity is coming with us. Whether a person believes in Allah in this world or not, when Allah created everyone, every creation of Allah has that identity. It is with us. Nobody can deny this fact, It is a part of the creation. That's why the concept of fitra, when you look at other communities, other religious communities, they don't have this concept of fitra. Only Islam claims to be the deen of fitra, because it is the deen that Allah has embedded in us. And everything that Allah created is following the deen of Allah. That is Islam. Now, somebody might say that what is the deen of Allah? To surrender yourself to Allah. Allah created everything. Everything is appreciating the creation that Allah created them. And to appreciate, that is how Islam is all about. So you don't have to tell people, make it very difficult, And when you look at others, they behave according to that fitrah. But they might not know about Islam. And you might see a Muslim who doesn't behave according to the fitrah, but he might know about Islam. You might see a person who prays 5 times a day and his character is nowhere. You don't see Islam in him. So now we don't have to judge people on that basis. But of course, we have the general guideline that our Prophet said that if you see a person coming to the masjid, he's a believer. So we don't have to judge Muslims on that basis. But as I mentioned before, we have to know the reality, how to make it better. Instead of pointing at people, be the best example. Show by examples to others, not by talking, Of course, we need the theory. We have to tell people. That's why in Surah Rum, Allah says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, فَاقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا فِطْرَةَ اللَّهِ الَّتِي فَطَرَ النَّاسَ عَلَيْهَا. So that is very clear. So everyone should understand, and we share this with others. And the second one, that is when I refer to the hadith of Prophet ﷺ, and I believe that you are aware of it, how we can apply this in the context of our university. Knowing the fact that everyone has that ability. Now, are you going to tell me that a Muslim who doesn't behave like you, he's not a Muslim? and you believe that your Islam is better than others, so that should not be judgmental. So let us, as I mentioned before, think about these terms. And this is the division that Allah has divided between us and other communities. When you look at our Prophet reminded us, Kullu mawludun yuladu ala fitra. That denotes dinul hanif, dinul fitra. فَأَبَوَاهُ يُحَوِدَانِهِ أَوْ يُنَصِّرَانِهِ أَوْ يُمَجِّسَانِهِ. This might happen to the Muslim. Now, even Muslims are having problems. You don't come here and tell me that, oh, I came to this university and I'll see angels. You see, if we are angels, why we are here? We don't have to be here. But we are human beings like others. But we are here to make a difference. So try to look at it from that positive aspect. And the second stage denotes the situation of a person when he embraces Islam. Now, when a person is going to embrace Islam, understand why he's a Muslim. Now, of course, we are a Muslim. But every time we come closer to Allah, we know better about Islam. We improve our understanding about Islam. Now, we might have people coming to this university. I know some of them are newcomers to Islam, and they are at your level, postgraduate level. So don't look at them and you know Islam, you are born as a Muslim, and look down at them. Don't belittle them. They might not know how to take ablution. They might not know how to perform the salah properly. They might not know how to talk with you. They might say that they know Islam better than you, even though they are new to Islam. So it's better to listen. Listening, it is a very important skill that we have to use when we are talking with people. So you're coming to the university, the first thing, observe and listen until you adapt yourself. It is like you gather information, collect information, then digest, then respond by actions. So this is very fundamental. And this is another thing that I wanted to share with you related to what our Prophet ﷺ has reminded us when he said that man sala salatana wa istaqbala qiblatana wa akala dhabihatana فذلك المسلم الذي له ذمة الله وذمة رسوله فلا تغفر الله في ذمته. Now that is very clear. Whoever prays like us and faces our qibla and eats our slaughtered animals is a Muslim and is under Allah. Now, in our university, maybe you think that you are coming from a different method. In Malaysia, you have to understand that they follow the method of Imam Shafi rahimahullah. So you have to be aware of this fact, Now, when you look at the four great Imams, according to what Muslim scholars say, the majority, the differences are related to the opinion. There is no difference when we talk about the fundamental teachings of Islam. So don't come here and tell them that I am the follower of Imam Abu Hanifa, I'm better than you as a follower of Imam Shafi. So there is no such thing. And I have seen our university, alhamdulillah, we don't have these problems. But we might have people who think that way. So if you are one of them, it's better to come and see first, observe, look at it, Even when you look at those who are very far away from these great Imams, even we look at contemporary situation, we have many movements in our community. And we have many if I say sects, what they call these sects, So even when we deal with them, we don't have to be judgmental because this will create a barrier between us and them. So that is how, as long as you see a person who is coming to the masjid and he is a Muslim and he is like us, then how we say that he is different? Na'udhu billah, And another hadith of Prophet, someone he said that wala muslimin haramun damuhu wa maluhu wa irduhu wa nasluhu. So that is very clear when you look at what is made forbidden for a Muslim over a Muslim. Now we are here because we share the same identity. As Muslims, we have why Allah says in the Quran, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Innal mu'minuna ikhwatun, faslihu bayna akhawaykum. Now this is very fundamental. When we believe coming to this university and you have this Quranic approach that you are brothers in Iman, then how we are going to contribute to improve our relationship, to make it better. You see, maybe your friend might be weak in his performance, in his studies, in the way he behaves. So that is opportunity for you to get the blessings of Allah. Instead of looking down at him, be the first one to contribute. This is indeed a great blessing that you get from Allah. So this is what I can say when I look at this. And let me just relate, even though I have mentioned, but now I just share with you this point related to our university. When look at the diversity that we have in our university, how to manage, I mentioned previously our university has set rules and regulations. Wherever you go, even in your family, in your life, you have to plan. You have rules and regulations. And here we look at it from being an international Islamic university, and when you look at the name, you and we believe that it is there, that everything that is done here is according to the codes that are extracted from the Quran and Sunnah. So you don't expect that being in Malaysia that they have embedded in our university their own culture. So I haven't seen that, you know. Of course, you see the way they dress. That is wonderful. If you have to dress like the Malaysians, I mean, usually in the festivals, that is very good. If you are here, you'll enjoy the Ramadan, the fasting, the way they celebrate Ramadan, the fasting month of Ramadan, other celebrations. So you see all these realities when you come here. But as I mentioned, don't take things for granted, because you'll meet different people. And another thing, don't generalize, you know. So you don't tell me that you meet maybe one in every, it is like you enter the forest, not all the trees are straight. You have those who are crooked, bended. The same thing goes to us when you look at, that is the way how Allah created us. So I believe that our university is trying to manage the cultural diversity according to the teachings of Islam. And the most important thing here, why they allow this diversity, why, even as I mentioned, we are in Selangor. Even Selangor state can tell us we don't want from other states, you know. Let it be. We have only our students. Forget about them. But where is our mission as Muslims? Even competition, even previously, even before they were Muslims in this region, they are trading with others. This transaction was there, and there were competitions were related to cultural values. Now this is the ambition that Allah created us. So you can see here that the motivation that our university is or has developed in the environment itself, the learning environment, if I say, whether it is in the classroom, whether it is in the place where you stay, whether it is in the administrative staff when you go and attend maybe the Center for Postgraduate, you go to the immigration, you go to the canteen, wherever you go to the university, you might face realities that maybe are not according to your expectation. But this reality, you know, this reality, how can I adapt myself with this reality? Maybe you like to eat chicken, I don't like, for example. So why should we impose on people? We have choices, but as long as these choices are according to our religion. So this will not create a problem. So you are going to meet all these people, and be a reminder for yourself and a reminder for others. As I mentioned before, if you keep silent, there is no change. But you have to know how to address these issues. You have to use the right approach, the right time. Be polite, you know, speak nice word. We know that how we can get rid of the arrogance that we have and the ego that we have, and how we get rid of others' ego. So attitude is very important. So try to look at it from that perspective and dress properly according to what you have. Nobody is telling that you have to buy expensive clothes. No. Be clean, neat it, and present your personality the way Allah wants us to. Be active in the community, you know. So this our university wants you to do. When I talk about this, the communication, relationships, how to get the conflicts, sometimes small things become very big. Why? Because of our misunderstanding. And this will create a conflict. So it's better to ask before you say something. And don't generalize. So get rid of this generalization. That's why to manage this, I provided these steps for you just to share with you. When I applied this in the IOM context, looking at your level, postgraduate level. So we have to understand this reality that creating awareness about the situation of our university, when look at the community itself, we have to understand how it is established. That is very important. I mentioned previously, briefly, when look at, you have to understand the mission and the vision of our university. You have to look at the guidelines. You have to look at the rules and regulations. You have to look at the location. You have to look at the environment itself, why it is like that. When you look at our university, is very unique. You can compare with other universities. I'm talking about the main campus, even other campus, but here is very unique. At the center, you see the masjid. Alhamdulillah. Wherever you go, you cannot avoid the masjid. So be a person who attends the prayers in the masjid. So that is very fundamental. When I compare our university with others, what I have seen, that will make a difference. And that is why they have established our university bearing the name of Islam. Because that is meant to serve the Muslim Ummah. Especially, I'm talking about especially serving the Muslim Ummah and generally serving humanity at large. So that's why when you raise this question, why it is established, how it is established, when you look at the cultural backgrounds, why it is established, to provide, like we have the Ummatic vision, to serve Muslims and universal vision. Now I mentioned before, you are not here. I mean, if you are thinking you solve the problems of the Ummah, it's very difficult, you know? But you are here to tackle the problems of the Ummah, to understand, to know where. It is like, if I come here and I develop my personality, I become somebody. At least for myself, that is a great achievement. And if every one of us will do that, to develop his or her own personality, then you have accomplished your mission as a Khalifa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you can serve the Ummah slowly. When I talk about the community service, how we are going to serve the community. But priority is related to your community. You are a member of this university, then try to know how to serve this university, because it's community by itself. And the second one, second step, students should distinguish between Islam and culture. This is very fundamental. I mentioned a bit previously, which are different in nature. You see here, this is the guiding or the guide for us as Muslims. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has reminded us with the final ayah that He revealed to our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. Allah doesn't say my culture, your culture is a din. Allah says Islam, Islam dinan. Now, why this Islam is very different, you know? That's why most of Muslim scholars, because in Arabic language you don't have any other term. The deen, when it is attached to Islam, that is deen and Islam. At the same time, Allah has acknowledged in the Quran that there are other deens. But these other religions, if I say, are not accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the existence of these communities are there. Because when people go away from the deen of Allah and they live according to another way, you might find a Muslim will not have the right understanding about Islam. That's why if you see a Muslim who is giving priority to culture, try to respond in a proper way. Try to make him understand what is the difference between Islam and what he has. Does it mean that Islam is lower than culture? Does it mean that Islam is meant only for him? Does it mean that Islam is the deen of Allah, or is it the deen of people? So that is how we look at it, you know. So that can change the situation. Because some people view cultures prior to Islam. We have this reality. Another group of Muslims finds no difference between Islam and culture. So I don't know, you might be one of them. But when you come here, try to reflect on this and change. You might be very rigid when it comes to Islam. Islam is very simple. Islam is making our life very simple. Make it simple. Yassiru wa la tu'assiru. So we are here to make things easy. Allah has made things easy for us. Why we make things difficult for ourselves and for others? So this is a reality, you know. So don't create problems when there are no problems. Try to solve problems when there are problems. don't add to these problems or conflicts. And the third step, this is very fundamental. Every IUM member should know the main elements contribute to the Muslim identity as addressed in the following Quranic verse. This is very fundamental. You can refer to other Muslim scholars, how they identify the components of this ayah, and usually we read this ayah in order to appreciate the diversity that Allah has created us. And you can see here, Allah doesn't say, yeah, you are Malayu, yeah, you are Albanian, or Bangladesh, or American, whatever you are, or European, whatever you are. That is very universal. Allah says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'ila lita'arafu inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Now, when you look at the end, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is the one that has righteousness, God consciousness, the one who is attached to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So think about it, as I mentioned before, we have to reflect on our relationship with Allah. That is priority. So we are here to please Allah. We are not here to please people. We are not here to please ourselves, but we are here to please Allah. And when Allah is pleased, I believe we are going to be pleased and people will be pleased. Now, when these are the points that I have extracted looking at the content of this ayah, then you have the universality of the message. So you're being in this university, you have a different mission. You have to achieve as well as to convey. When you develop your personality, you get the right information here, or you might think that we need your expertise. You see, that is another contribution, how we are going to contribute to IUM community. So it's not just only you are coming here and taking, but at the same time, university is benefiting from you. You see, when you look at this is very important. When in the previously and even today, we have different cultures, different traditions, different civilizations, even ideologies that we have. But as a Muslim, we have a very clear picture that Islam is the only way of life that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts. And for that reason, we have to convey Islam properly. And you can see another phenomenon here in order not to discriminate between male and female. And that is the reality. We have a trend today who are claiming that we have 1, 2, 3. So they don't identify human beings as male and female, but they identify them by numbers. So how we respond to this reality, because that is reality that we are living, whether we like it or not. Even though we don't want to talk about it, but more we talk about family, because male and female, why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned this dhakar wa untha, because that is very fundamental for the diversity that we have, nation and tribes. And this will come as a result of these two, male and female, when they come together according to the law of Allah, then the family institution is created. And out of this, we have this diversity. I mean, I just give you briefly, maybe you might have questions later on. Now, step 4, every IUM member, especially you as postgraduate students, have to understand the reality that you have to use Muslim identity to manage. It is like you have to know before you talk, who am I? Why I am behaving like this? I believe this muhasabah to nafs is very important. Before we talk with others, we have to connect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is why I mentioned here is related to the inner personal identity. You can see when you look at many Muslim scholars in the past, and of course, when they identify these components, they were inspired by our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we believe that our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the best role model for all human beings, not only for Muslims. And he presented to us, if we want to see al-insan al-kamil, we see in him a complete picture of a human being. And we can see that in our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So now when we take him as the best example, I believe that will motivate us and we make him sallallahu alaihi wasallam relevant to our time. So try to evaluate yourself as a Muslim and your ambition. I mean, mention these points. Maybe later on they will share the slides that I have shared with Brother Amir with you. But just only the important points that, and when you look at the culture values that how are managed and evaluate it according to the concept of Islamization. You know that our university has fundamental principles that are extracted from the Quran and the Sunnah. When you look at this, Islamization is very fundamental. But Islamization, it needs key indicators to do the process. Then we have integration. Then we have internationalization, because we are talking about how many people are coming together and how this community is developed, established, and maintained. Then you have comprehensive excellence. Now, in order to manage the whole situation and evaluate according to Islamization process, then you have to compete with others. You have to be al-muhsin. And the other one that I mentioned, fitra, that is the Islamic identity. So that will make a difference between you and others. So try to have this understanding that I want to be the best in front of Allah. I don't want to be the best in front of the people, because that might create problems. Now, this would be a motivation for us when we are humbling ourselves towards Allah, and this will make us, because Allah will raise us above others. Whether we like it or not, when we create this good relationship with Allah, Allah will make even those who hate you to love you. And the second stage related to the Muslims outer personality, that is the action-based approach, how we are going to get the proper knowledge, according, especially since we are talking about culture. So when you come here, it's better to know more about the Malaysian culture, the Malay culture, as an international. And the Malaysians, when they get to know others, mix with them, it's better to study their cultures. Even though you can say, okay, I'm a Muslim, I don't know, why should I know his culture? But this will help us to regulate and monitor our relationship with each other. So that is the reality, whether we like it or not. And to learn from one another how to get rid of conflicts and to compete with one another in what pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to understand that this culture diversity is a part of the creation and how we are going to manage it accordingly. So this is the conclusion. So you reflect on this point that I have just mentioned to you or shared with you. So this is the outcome, what I have shared with you, like how to create this awareness about the environment that we have in our university, that is diversity, not only to the culture, but I can say even the views. You'll see this all the way we think, the way we eat, the way we talk, that is a diversity, whether we like it or not. But we want to see which one is the proper way that we have to use while dealing with this diversity. So I leave it to you to think about this. And since you are a member of this university, you are going to explore more about the environment when you are dealing with a period of 2 years if you are a master, or 3 or 4 years if you are a PhD student, And I believe this is an opportunity for you, an open eye. Maybe you are not aware, even though you are in Malaysia, but you don't know what is IUM all about. This is a great opportunity. Others, they don't have that opportunity, but Allah has given this opportunity. So make sure that you use it for the benefit, to benefit yourself as well as others. So don't use this as a destructive means or opportunity. Use this as a constructive opportunity. And I believe this will help you later on when you graduate, when you go outside from this university, to manage this diversity that you find in the working place, in the marketplace. While you are traveling, you see different people, the way they dress. So are going to impose on people how they do, as long as we don't do it and we maintain what pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So with that, I would like to thank you very much, and barakallahu fikum for listening and being patient with me. So I try to share with you what I could according to my humble understanding. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your valuable time, valuable session, and insightful insightful speech. If we just sum up your speech, we can get, as a Muslim, as a IIM student, we should be, we don't we shouldn't be judgmental, embrace the diversity, learn from each other, as according to Al-Quran, وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتَعَارَفُوا. And we should listen and always collect informations, and always we should be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the opportunity to be Muslim, to born in a Muslim family, and also to get the chance to admit, who got admission in IIUM. So it is a very blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you again, Doctor, for your very informative speech. So is there any questions from the audience? We will wait for that.
Chat box, no question, chat box.
Yeah, maybe even they want to add something, it's not just only a question, maybe a comment or contribution as well.
Yes, if you want to say anything or any questions related to our session today, the cultural diversity among Muslim and IIUM community. So I think there are some comments regarding, some brothers said like, we are also very grateful to I get opportunities to joining up IUM. Yes, obviously, as Doctor said, that well, we need to be grateful and embrace the cultural diversity, because all university, they don't offer that kind of cultural diversity. And also we have a very like huge opportunity to learn from each other, learn from new cultures and everything.
Yeah, even I can add here, because
Yes,
culture of service, when I talk about the service, they are going to deal with many offices here, so try to be patient. Sabr is very important, So when I mentioned this judgmental approach, try to get rid of it, I have gone through this experience, so it doesn't work. So this will create more problems. But when you are patient, we address issues in a proper way, and we have a proper mechanism. So don't rush when you see a person doesn't behave properly, maybe in the office. You can go through the right channel. So that will solve the problem. So instead of creating, as I mentioned, making this issue very big, easily can be managed before it will go to the second stage. So that will be very difficult. So our university is not willing for that. And when I look at the new, I'm not saying that the previous leadership, they had different vision, different mission, and each one of them tried to do as much as they could. Even the current leadership is trying to be down to earth, but we are the one that know things better than them. So when I mentioned before that when you see something that is happening, if you don't step forward, then nobody will be able to know. So you don't expect the rector to know everything. So Allah knows everything. You don't expect those in the office to know everything, your problems. If you have problems, you can talk with your lecturer as well, your supervisor, and they'll teach you, they'll monitor you, because we have another concept of murabbi that our university is promoting and is better compared to others when I look at the reality. So now you develop a close relationship with your supervisor, with your lecturers. Maybe you'll not be able to share some things even with your parents, but you can share with your lecturers. So we are here to help you as well. So don't keep it in yourself. This will become a nightmare. And this will create more problems. You'll not be able to focus on your studies. So that's why sometimes you have to do like you did not hear, you do not see, because this will lead to the second stage. You are here with a different mission and different vision. So look at it. So this is what I wanted to share as well. Maybe there are many things that we can talk about. But as I mentioned, be humble, be a God-fearing person, appreciate what Allah has given to you, even though it is a bit. And when you are struggling, I believe this is a great opportunity that we can improve ourselves. Imagine if you are staying at home and you do nothing. It's not like the one who is struggling and facing many problems. And we know in Ba'd al-usri yusra. You see, easiness comes after every difficulty, and difficulty come after easiness. Then after easiness, difficulties. So life it is like that. So may Allah guide us to what pleases Him. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you, Doctor, so much again. We need to develop ourselves, and may Allah give us the tawfiq to implement all of the lessons, all of the things we learn from you and learn from this session. With this, we want to thank our Dr. Fatmir Sehu for his, again, the effective and insightful session. Thank you, Doctor.
Barakallah fiqh. So I may leave now, brother.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much
Okay,
again.
thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa
Alaikum salam. Wish you all the
rahmatullahi wa
best, yeah. May Allah be with you.
So with that, we will start our next session. But before that, there is an announcement from the IIUM Postgraduate Student Society. Tomorrow we will have a outing, and the applications for the outing is already closed. Because it's already fulfilled. So the successful applicant will be informed by email. So everyone is suggesting, whoever is getting the email, just follow the instructions and be there on time, because the seat is very limited. So that's why maybe there are many applicants, but all of them will not get the email, but the successful applicant will get the email, and it is advised to follow the email accordingly and be on time. Thank you again. So now, inshallah, we will start our next session, which is very, very important and related to our study. Our next session is on strategies for high impact research proposal and mastering grant writing, an essential topic for all of the postgraduate students embarking on their research journey. The session will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muhammad Raisuddin Khan from the Kuliya of Engineering, IIUM. Professor Khan received his MS and PhD in mechanical department engineering at Kuwait, Bangladesh. Currently, he serves as a professor in Department of Mechatronics Engineering at IIUM, where he has been dedicated for over 20 years. He has played a key role in designing and reviewing mechatronics curriculum for universities in Malaysia and abroad. Professor Khan also led the Autonomous System and Robotics Research Unit for more than 5 years, and he has been actively involved with the IEEE Robotic and Automation Society, Malaysia chapter. So with such rich academic and research experience, we are privileged to learn from him today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Muhammad Raisuddin Khan. Assalamu alaikum, Doctor.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother MC Misbah, for giving a very generous introduction. And welcome the new knowledge seekers and researchers in IIUM, the Garden of Knowledge. So the topic already been pronounced by the MC. So let me share the slides. Can you see the
Yes, doctor, we can see the screen.
Okay, so the slide is visible.
Yes, doctor, we can see the slide.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So let me start with the presentation of this slide. I have been given 1 hour and 30 minutes, so I'm not sure whether I finish earlier. So this is regarding the strategies for high impact research proposal and mastering grant writing. Grant writing basically is done by the lecturers, but if as a student also you learn it, so it will be very helpful. So anyway, the first part of this presentation will be basically on research proposal writing and introduction to research. And the last part will be on the strategies, how to write grant proposals. So this is the outline of my today's presentation. Introduction to research proposal, elements of research proposal. So introduction, background, problem statement, objectives. See, these are basically the parts of the research proposal. Literature review, research methodology, research outcome, Gantt chart, references, then strategies for choosing impactful research. So research title, this is the part which is very crucial to attract the attention of the research granting authority, or even when you go for a successful research, the research evaluator also look at the research title. And this always comes in consultation with the supervisor. On the right side, you can see the research title and supervisor. So supervisors are the key ingredient of research title. But if it's a research grant, then generally it is a group of people who will actually discuss on the research title. It can be from the same university, or it can be from combination of universities and industries. So what is a research proposal? When should it be written? And who should write it? And what are the elements of research proposal? So if we look at, so what is research proposal? A research proposal is a document containing complete aspects of the research prepared by the researcher or team of researchers. As I mentioned, the team of researchers, basically when it comes for research grant applications. But when you as a student propose a research topic, that is you and your supervisor or supervisors. According to the UIA, you are supposed to have at least one co-supervisor. It is normally prepared by a person or a team according to the format set by relevant agency. Any research proposal, in most of the cases, has got some format. So in case of IIUM, we have our own format for the students for PG research proposal submission. And in case of research proposal for the research granting authority, they have their own proposals, but sometimes they are open. If it is an open research proposal, in that case, if you just follow any of the standard format, that should be acceptable. And at the end, your research proposal is evaluated by a committee. And important items that are evaluated by this committee are importance of the problem. So what problem you are going to handle in your research proposal. So this importance is basically reflected in the problem statement and title of your research. Beginning of the research is basically the title, and their introduction and so many other items we will show later. And problem statement is a key element of your research proposal. If the problem statement is in a very challenging area and very important area, so it draws the attention of the reviewers. State of the art. State of the art, basically the literature review. So what is the current state? What was the previous state of this research? So these are basically in the part of the state of the art. Objectives. So when you propose, you have to give state your objectives. That is what you promise, or what is the contract between your team and the granting authorities. And in case of the student when submitting research proposal, it is basically the promise you made to make in your thesis. Methodology, list of methods and their appropriateness. Knowledge of the investigator. So this is very clear. When you submit a proposal, the granting authority or the evaluators, they want to know what are your strengths. So if you are, say, I'm from the engineering faculty, you understand. So if I submit a proposal in the economics faculty or a problem of economics, they will find all along my CV, there is no economics. As an engineer, we took economics in the long back. So I graduated in 1983. You can understand this is almost 40 years back. So there is the economic course I studied. Thereafter, we came to know economics here and there, but in pen and paper, there is no economics. So you can see the knowledge of the investigator is not reflected in the CV. So that is why it is always important to work in the area where you have the strength and where you have the evidences. So when you put your CV, in many cases, they will ask you CV. They will ask the CV of the members of the team. And also, they want to know whether you have previous research in this area. In case of the postgraduate students, if he's a master student, of course, you don't have much experience of previous research. You have only maybe for in engineering, they have two components. One you call the final year project, another you call integrated design project, where they are exposed a little bit of research. Otherwise, not much of the research. I'm not exactly sure how it works for the other faculties. Then, of course, budget. Budget is always, you can understand, money is the headache all over the world. So your proposal also has a restriction of the budget. So when you submit to the for degree awarding, in that case, the budget is not the part of it. So, but you must have a budget internally in your mind, because at the end you have to do it and it needs money and timeline. Any project has the issue of timeline. When you come for your master's degree, your timeline is 1.5 or 2 years. Or if you come for PhD, then it's 3 to 4 years. So when we make a proposal, we must make a proposal which is doable within this time frame. And outcome of the evaluation is very clear. Approval of the proposal for research grant, if it is a proposal for grant, approval of thesis title for awarding master or PhD degree. So when they approve the thesis title, when you get a letter that your thesis title has been approved, it means it is not only the thesis title, it is the whole proposal. You have your objectives set inside the proposal. So you have to follow those objectives. You cannot change the objectives. So let's now have a look into the project title. Project title is the name by which the researcher is to be known. Therefore, it should not be too long nor too short. It should indicate research area, subject matter, and scope. So project title generally has a few components, but often it is not a full sentence. It is a part of the sentence. It's not so not necessarily you have to make a full sentence grammatically correct, but the part of the sentence, it must have its own grammatical correctness is there. So here, let me show some of the research titles. So you can see on the left is titles acceptable, on the right is titles not acceptable. So the first one title is development of a prosthetic thumb based on thumb tip force estimation. So if you look at this title has got two components. First is what he's going to do, doing a prosthetic thumb. Okay, so who are not from engineering background, I just give an idea what is prosthetic thumb. It is to replace someone has got the thumb injured or thumb has been what is called amputated. So we want to replace that thumb. This is the first thing. Based on thumb tip force estimation, because when the thumb is operating, so when we are working, in most of the cases, we feel that the thumb is not necessary, but the thumb plays a vital role. It touches all other fingers easily, you can see. But other fingers, if you see, you cannot touch the other fingers. But with the thumb, you can touch all other fingers. So it is a very vital organ. Now, not okay, development of prosthetic thumb is very general. How you are going to do it? This is not there. So sometimes the methodology, sometimes the implication should be in a part of the title. Second, fuzzy logic algorithm for temperature distribution control. Then not okay is fuzzy logic algorithm is too general. Okay. So when you make too general titles, generally they are not acceptable. So we want to see quite specific. If you look at the third title, design of an intelligent level crossing control system using sound recognition system. When the trains are crossing roads, so we have the rail lines, and you want to detect it so that the bar fall on time. So there are many ways to detect it, but here the proposal is given on sound recognition algorithm. But if you make without any other aspects, the design of an intelligent level crossing control system, but how we are doing is not there. And research and development of vibration isolation using MR damper. So research and development, this is the term not allowed to be part of a title. Generally, these are titles of big program, research program. It's not a research title. And often, the last sentence you look at, there are two terms. Sorry. Often people like to put these words or phrases in their title. These are not actually recommended. You are doing research. By default, it is new, it's novel. You don't need to spell out this novel. Okay. Development of new novel algorithms. Avoid using novel or new in the title. Investigator and supervisor, qualified person or team of qualified persons who will undertake the research project. I already mentioned before. And then when you present, if it is a research proposal, so this is according to the guideline of UIA research proposal. The chapter 1 is introduction. So this is the chapter. If you look at the oval inside written, this chapter is generally written after chapter 2, literature review. It's not writing a book. we start writing chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. It's a different way of writing. After doing the literature review, which takes few months to do it, then we have the comprehensive idea. You can come up with now your title, your problem statement, your hypothesis, your research methodology, everything you can come up with. And many of these items you have to put in the introduction. So just you cannot start writing chapter 1 without writing chapter 2. So in case of a research proposal, we do it like this. Same is for the grant application. Grant application has to be supported by literature review or background of the research, sometimes we call. So that has to be done before. Then you come up with the other elements which you have to put on the body of the grant application. So introduction, this section introduces the research area in brief. 1 to 2 pages is enough in case of research proposal. But if it's a thesis, generally it can go 10, 12 pages. But if you make too long, nowadays we find people are writing in the thesis 30 page, 40 page introduction because of the support of AI. So many of the documents as verbose. AI has not become as smart as human yet. Okay. Highlights of this section in introduction, research area. Of course, it must fit the department and funding agency if it is a grant. Brief review of the topic addressed by the title. So as you can see inside the oval shape, because we have a literature review full chapter. So some part of the literature review also comes under the introduction, which are basically the guidelines leading to your final problem. So those has to be shown here under the introduction. The research problem. So what is the problem you are going to handle, which is basically available in your problem statement. And significance of the problem and solution. So what kind of benefit the solution is going to provide us. Problem statement. I will show examples of problem statement later. So this is a statement. So what is a statement? Statement is not a description. So I'll show the difference between description and problem statement later. Objectives, research scope, research philosophy. In our case, research philosophy is for the PhD candidates. For masters, they don't need to write the research philosophy. Chapter 2, as I mentioned, this is the chapter you have to write first. And when we write chapter 2, we have to review research materials. And what are these research materials? These are basically journal papers, conference papers. Sometimes these are what you call standards and procedures. So it depends what kind of research proposal you are going to submit. So books can be also there, which are very, very important books. But as long as you avoid the books, that is the best. Okay. And if you submit research proposal for your research grant or for your what you call degree, it is better to avoid the research book. But in case of a thesis, you can put 1 or 2 books. So you have to make introduction, introducing critical research area relevant to the proposed research, analysis of valid methods. So when you go to find out the in the literature, what we look for? We look for how people are doing research in this particular area. What kind of methodologies they are using? Which are the methodologies that are good? Which kind of instruments are good? And how big size data they handle? And what kind of data actually provide better results? So these are available in the literature review. So those are the things you have to review critically. And you have to identify weaknesses of other research in the proposed area. There are two issues. One is weakness and another is the missing element. The research is already presented, but some of the items are not there. So that is part of your research gap. Or weaknesses, you can find comparing different similar publications. There's some of the researches or all whatever in the similar, they have some weaknesses. That is, whatever methodology followed, something is not appropriate. So the research gap, what has not been done yet or not conclusive yet. That is, something is done, but still the final conclusion is not drawn. And just restatement is not accepted. So when you put your literature review, often we find, but nowadays because AI is there, so restatement is not happening anymore. But last time we used to see, but just a reminder, use a comparison table of the benchmarking papers. It is a good practice to show some of the papers, very few, maybe 5 to 6 is enough. If it's a research proposal, don't make 10, 20, which you will benchmark your research, okay, which actually shows the gap. So those are the papers you can put in a tabular form. And the last section should be summary. The summary of the literature review, it puts two elements. The one part, the knowledge you are going to use, and another part, what are missing in the current literature. Okay. And when we write the literature review, we follow the writing of history. So if I ask you as a Malaysian, they write the history of Malaysia. So you are supposed to start from 1957, not from 2025. So literature review, when you put the older literature you put earlier, then you proceed. At the end of the literature, the latest literature will come and it will show what people are not doing and what is missing. And when you write, don't write author by author, one author, then write, then second author on another paragraph. This will make your literature review section unnecessarily lengthy, and it makes what is called difficult the life of the reviewers. So how you are concluding what is called good and what is missing, and the reviewer is not supposed to find what are the strength of this literature review section and what are the weaknesses of the other researchers. So you have to show. So that is why it is the very similar works you should present in one paragraph, citing the sources under a single parenthesis. Okay, it depends on the single parenthesis. When I'm talking about is APA style, but if you have IEEE format, Harvard style, they have their different bracket structures. Okay, let me now tell about the problem statement. Problem statement is one of the very critical element of your research proposal. So problem statement, it can be one or two statements, depends what kind of research you are doing. And sometimes, in most of the cases, it is a single statement. Okay. And each problem statement should be a paragraph of few sentences. Don't make it very long. A minimum of one sentence paragraph is also acceptable for problem statement. Sometimes we have in mind, if I write one paragraph, is it acceptable? Yes, it is acceptable. It's a statement. It's like if you go back to those who studied the physics, Newton's law, and those didn't study physics, I think many of you still know the Newton's law. So if you say the statements of this law, there are two laws, first law, second law, third law. So statements are very small, but based on these statements, we have departments and disciplines. Okay, the mechanical engineering department is just based on these three laws and few other laws from other physics. So rate of change of momentum is proportional to the applied force, something like that. That is the statement. So when you make a statement, statement should be very comprehensive. It captures the core element of the problem. Don't try to elaborate the problem inside the problem statement. The problem statement must not be descriptive. And the solution of the problem is not part of it. You can show the benefit of the solution. You can have a touch of the solution, not the full methodology there. Sometimes you put the methodology, and that should not be the part of the problem statement. So here you can see the example of a problem statement and a problem description. The first yellow shaded is the problem description. You can see as a part of its R&D program to develop innovative highway and traffic surveillance and control system, ACME Corporation plans to develop an automated vehicle license plate. Then currently license plate numbers are read manually from image and license plates. Then although it appears that manual inspection can yield high recognition, so many things are writing in the same line is problem description. But what is the problem out of this description? You can see is quite small. License plates are often worn, dented, and spattered with mud and debris that partially obscure the letters and digits. That's the problem. Manual inspection can yield high recognition accuracy under these conditions for short times. However, the task is very labor intensive and incurs high error rates when the inspector gets tired or bored. So we can see one problem is the letters are partially obscured. It's difficult to understand. Another problem, if we use human, they get tired when exposed for a longer time. So what could be the solution? There is a hint. An automatic character recognition system would be able to avoid this problem. But how this automation we are going to do, that is my research. So that methodology we don't put here. Okay. If we don't give that part, that is also okay. If we don't give the last part until the problem statement is okay. If you show some indication, so what is the benefit of this solution, that is good. Example of problem statement. Problem statement are written in different styles, but the complaint style is very common. Customers complain that the battery in the portable drill of model ABC loses its charge very quickly when it is not being used. We see that some of the instruments when you do not use, batteries are there, but when after 3 or 4 months we try to use, we find that there is no charge. So that is the complaint. So that is a problem statement in this case. Sometimes we have the other versions of problem statement. Generally, those problem statements are not recommended for research proposal. Objectives. So objectives, as I said before, it is a contract between the proposal team and the grant awarding authority, or in case of the university, it is the evaluators. So the research objective is a statement of what the research is intended to achieve, expressed as an infinitive phrase. The research objective is a contact between the research team and management. Word carefully to avoid partial or total failure. So when we put the objectives, because they will gauge your work based on our objectives, whether we have fully satisfied the objectives. And that creates sometimes chaos between the lecturer and the student. The lecturer says, no, these were our objectives, we have to fulfill. The student says, I'm already exhausted, time has been exhausted, so I don't have money, I cannot survive. Can we skip one of the objectives? This kind of situation may arise. So that is why you have to be very careful when you write the objectives. Okay, even when you have submitting for the grant awarding authority, when you want to submit the final report, they say, no, you didn't pull all the objectives. One of the objectives has not been fulfilled like this. So this is very important to make. And there is a phrase they use for objectives called SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time frame. Specific, of course, while you make it what you want to achieve. So I'll show you examples later. Measurable, we can count it. Attainable, so it is doable. Realistic. Realistic means it's attainable, you can do it. But whether realistic, say someone can say, okay, I can buy a car. Yes, of course you can buy a car. A car is available in the market. But do you have money? That is realistic. If you don't have money, you cannot buy it. Okay. So realistic. So in our case, the realistic is related to whether you are able to do it. You have the proper instruments available. So when we do science and engineering, we use the instruments. You don't have the instruments, you cannot collect the data, you cannot do the analysis, so you cannot do it. But in terms of attainability, you see, okay, this is possible if those equipments are available. But in your university or around your university, these are not available. So this is not realistic. Time frame. In any research, there's a time frame I already mentioned before. So you have to set your objectives so that we can fulfill all the objectives within the time frame. So to develop a sensorless anti-swing control algorithm for an automatic gantry crane system. So there are two objectives, one for this single research. So they are going to develop a system for controlling swing of the cranes. The first objective is to develop a sensorless anti-swing control algorithm for an automatic gantry crane system. Generally, sensors are expensive, and sensor has got so many other noises and you have to eliminate, so it makes it expensive. So they are trying to make it sensorless. To evaluate performance of the control algorithm, experimental. So they will conduct experiment and they will confirm their algorithm works. So these are the two commitments. First commitment, they will give you a algorithm which can help the control of swing of cranes. And second, they will give you the performance results of the system with experimental validation. That means if he develops mathematically, do the simulation, he still doesn't fulfill the objectives. He must have to support with the experimental validation. But he has done experimental validation experiments, but the results are not conforming to his proposed algorithm. That means the second objective has not been fulfilled. Okay. And the research methodology, how the objectives will be achieved. Methodology is basically a list of methods. For each objective, you are supposed to have few steps to do it to achieve this objective. Each objective needs a few methods for each achievement. Restatement of objectives is not acceptable as the methodology. Sometimes we find when someone writes the objectives, in the methodology, just copy the same thing. It's not that, because each of the methodology requires few steps of the method, so it cannot be copied. A methodology flowchart needs to be presented in this section. So what are the sequences and where you make, if you fail at some point, where you go back in this process. So those are basically the methodology flow chart. And what are the expected outcomes? These expected outcomes I listed here. These are basically for the fundamental research. In case of the fundamental research, we expect new theories, new technology, new algorithm, new data set, new methods, so like this. Okay, so these are the, if you say under technology, I put product and device. So that is for applied research. When you go for applied research, so the technology will lead to a product or device. Or otherwise, it is a technology which will talk about this can be used for this kind of product development, but the product will not be there. And in the proposal, you have to put a Gantt chart. So how the research activities, which are actually coming from your methods, they will be done parallel or sequentially, and how long each of these activities will take. So that you need to show. And the evaluators actually check that Gantt chart as well. So whether you are putting them in the right sequence and right time frame. It shows the start and end of the activity. The activity timelines also show the dependency and relationship between the activities. So here you can see there is an example of a Gantt chart. So you can see some of the activities are back to back. So here you can see these two activities. Once you finish it, then you can start this one. Okay. But these two activities you can see, you can start at the same time. One will finish, but the other will continue. Similarly, there is another set of activities like this. So this is the way you have to put. Don't put too many activities in parallel. So if you put too many activities in parallel as a research student, so it is not realistic. Okay. So, some people are multitasking, but there is a limit. References and bibliography. So we need to know these differences. Generally, when we submit proposal, we give the references, not the bibliography. What is the difference between the reference and bibliography? Reference are a list of works that have been presented and cited in the document. That means when you have a list of references, all these must be inside your body of the report. But if it is a bibliography, the list can be including whatever you have cited and whatever you have not cited, but you have consulted. So that is the bibliography. In case of the research proposal or grant proposal, generally you have to cite them. It is not bibliography, it is reference. And you have to follow the style. So in case of a thesis in UIA or research proposal in UIA, we follow the APA style. And in case of APA style, one of the things often students make the mistake, this item. You have to organize them alphabetically. You see A, B, C, like this. Sometimes they write it, but they forget to organize it alphabetically. This part, they know it very well, but this part, sometimes they forget. They are introduced. They are supposed to know from the research methodology course, but still they make this mistake. Okay, now let me talk about the strategies for high impact research proposal. So I mentioned how to have your research proposal. I'll show the examples of proposal later. So how do you identify whether it's going to be impactful? Identify a research gap and the practical problem that addresses the current or future problem in your research field. So that is you have to identify. So where you get this impactful for your identification? You can consult the national R&D roadmaps of different countries in your expert area. All the countries, even the United Nations has there some roadmaps. Okay, and Malaysia has roadmaps of R&D in different sectors. Those you can consult. So these are very clear in terms of the Malaysian perspective, they are in the high impact area. So Malaysia, when they award grant for your research, they will always cross-check whether your research is in their R&D categories. So that is the impactful. But if you want to have a publication impactful, then you have to check with the high index journal and conferences. Okay. So high index journals and conferences. To my experience, if you find a journal has got the name of the country, generally they are not good quality journal. Most of the cases, journals of the institutions. Okay, so in engineering, we know it very well. So IEEE, ASME, so the ASCI, so these are the institutions. So their journals and transactions are of very high quality. Robotics and Automation Society, so they are journals of high quality. So you have to check, and when you are going through your research methodology course, lecturer will show how to differentiate between a good journal and a poor journal. The solution to the problem offers significant contribution to your field. So when you identify the problem, you have to check the solution to this problem will give significant contribution in the field and as well as for the community around. Try to find the immediate benefit to your own community, specifically grant awarding agencies. As I mentioned, if you look at the R&D roadmap, so if you cross-check, your findings are in line, so it's going to be impactful. If you are a student, you can do this by consulting with your supervisors. You have to consult those materials, of course, and your supervisors to help you. Your supervisor will not what's called do your research. You have to do your research, but he will confirm you are going in the right direction. If you are a lecturer, consult your seniors in the area as well as lecturers, researchers in other universities and organizations. So generally, this is for the grant award writing. Sometimes your professor will ask you to write a grant. So in that case, you can also ask your professor whether other professors are available in the department, in the faculty, or in other universities. So that input can be collected from there. So that is a part of the learning process. Identify a strong team in your area. Okay. And how do you what is meant by a strong team? Check credentials of the members. You have to check their CV, what research they are doing, because when you submit a research proposal specifically for grants, you have to also give the partial CV. Partial CV, basically the latest publications or research grants. Okay, so those has to be in line. Say one lecturer has a good credential, but not in the area you are proposing. So do not include that lecturer. He is going to take some spaces in your proposal, but he will not bring any benefit. Rather, it will be a negative annotation. Why this lecturer is interested in a research which is not his area. Okay, because when you put the lecturer's name, the lecturer must be interested. Otherwise, how did you put him? Recent projects and publications of the members. And generate an appropriate research title. So when you have done those things, and then this other part, generate an appropriate research title. This can be fine-tuned after setting the objectives and methodology. As I mentioned before, the titles cover few of the items. What you are going to do, how you are going to do, how it benefits. These are the elements that are available in the title. So that is how when the first title comes in, it may not be proper. After doing the literature review and methodology, setting the objectives, actually you can fine-tune the title. So the first place, you just put the area and few keywords of the title, but you fine tune after your objectives and methodology. Set research questions. These are basically to set the objectives. When you set the objectives, there is actually there is a procedure, there are steps. So first, set the questions. We call the research questions. Set research questions. And in case of research question, the rule is to put as much as of the WH questions. We call these are the questions. These questions do not have yes and no answer. These questions at the back has something to do. So those kind of questions generally you have to set. If you say is or are kind of questions, generally the answer is yes or no. And yes or no doesn't tell how you are going to do the research. Okay. So that is why that kind of questions are not appropriate. Then set hypothesis to answer these questions. So hypothesis is the answer to the question. And basically, the answer will lead to you set the objectives. So there are 3 steps. First, you set the questions, then come up with the hypothesis, and out of this hypothesis, you create your objectives. Now you have the objectives, and when you have the objectives, you will find how to fulfill the objectives. That is the methods. So in case of the methods, what you have the instruments with purpose, which instrument used for what purpose, list of data to be collected, what kind of input you give to the system, what kind of output is coming out of the system. These are the data, or what kind of sources of data you need to consult. Like, nowadays for the AI people, they need the big databases for their learning process of their algorithm, and analysis of data. So what kind of analysis you give? It's a statistical analysis, it's a correlation analysis, like this. And the methodology must have a flowchart. List of expected outcomes. So when you give the list of expected outcomes, so outcomes must be impactful. Evaluate impact of the outcomes in line with the R&D roadmap. So you are claiming this is the outcome. So how well it matches with the roadmap. So this is going to help in executing the roadmap. Okay, I think this is part of the slide. Now let me show you the examples of some research proposal. Sample research proposal. First, let me okay, so this is a research proposal. As I said before, sometimes the title not necessarily has to be full sentence. Okay, and some of the words by default, if you don't put it there, the meaning is still there. So like this here, I have removed formulating. In this case, the formulating is important because hybrid deep reinforcement learning and evolutionary competition for multi-robot cooperative exploration. So you can see what it captures. So here they are doing multi-robot cooperative exploration. So instead of a single robot, the way we work in the industries. But in case of the fields, often a single robot will take a long time. So if you can have a multiple robots, that can make the work successful. But robots are not like human, so we have to give them the process the way human behaves. Okay, so that is why they have a learning process. Okay, they will develop a deep learning process for computing this roadmap how the robots will work. So that's the way it makes the sense. If you put for formalities, still is okay, but without this, so generally we don't try to make the what you call title lengthy. We try to make it very precise. So this is chapter 1. As I mentioned before, chapter 1 we write after writing chapter 2. And in chapter 1, we also give some references. These are generally the key references which actually we derive from chapter 2. So you can see there are, so this is we call the primer sentence, the introductory sentence. Then they are talking about autonomous mobile robot have demonstrated, blah, blah. That means because he's talking about the multi-robot, so he's talking about the robots, how they can do, and what are they doing, what they can do and what they cannot do. And if it is in collaboration, what will be the benefit, and all this actually put under the background. That means when you put this introduction, it actually talks about the story. Here you can see single robot exploration and constraints and potential failure risks. If it is single robot, of course it is the constraint, and the worst is if it fails. So the task is not done. If you have a multiple robot, at the first place they have to collaborate. If one or two fails, still you can finish the job. And this is a current review, 2016 was there. So similarly, they are identifying what is there. And this is the problem statement of this research. So if you look at the problem statement, the transition from single agents exploration to multi-agent exploration has been effective, but presents a critical challenge in complexity. Okay, this is the general statement of the problem given at the beginning. Collaboration among multiple agents is essential for effective multi-agent frameworks. Yet current systems rely primarily on heuristic approach, lacking inherent learning capabilities. This limits their adaptability in unknown and dynamic environment. In multi-agent deep reinforcement learning, a persistent issue involves limited decision-making capability, impacting the adaptability and effectiveness of deep learning-based systems in intricate real-world scenario. Additionally, prolonged training times in achieving cooperation among multiple agents in DRL stem from limited reasoning capabilities. Enhance this capability with multi-agent DRL framework is crucial for their efficiency in diverse and challenging environments. So the last sentence is the hint of the solution, and previous sentences are basically the different types of problems related to multi-agent execution. Okay, then objectives, as I said before, at the back of the objective, basically we have the two things. One is the research question, another is the hypothesis. And answer to the hypothesis, answer to the research question is the hypothesis, and hypothesis actually leads to the objective. Objectives, there are two ways or two styles we used to write. This is one of the style where at the first place we give what is the core outcome of this research. Then we have the sub-objectives. Okay, so here you can see the primary objective, that is the core objective of this research, is to employ hybrid deep reinforcement learning and evolutionary computational approach to model and simulate autonomous exploration using OpenAI ROS. So this is the core objective. Then other objectives are here to develop mathematical model that accurately represents interaction analysis. So generally, to just give a simple sentence doesn't reflect or clarify the specificity of the objectives. As you mentioned before, the SMART. So that smartness, the specific part is here. You can see to develop a mathematical model that accurately presents the interactions between multiple robots and their environment to facilitate exploration by implementing multi-agent deep learning reinforcements, blah, blah. So this is very specific. And this is, if you call SMART, this is measurable. What is this? So it is a mathematical model. It's measurable. And we can count. So it is going to give one mathematical model. And what the mathematical model captures, that is also inside, which is basically the specificity of the, and it is doable. So mathematical model should not take very long time. Okay. Then to develop an evaluation computation algorithm that guides the exploration process and generates dynamic rewarding functions derived from the objective functions. This objective function is coming from optimization techniques. It's not the objective of the what's called report. It is who works on optimization, they know the issue of the objective function. So this is the second objective. Then to simulate, that means whatever they develop, they will do the simulation, and to evaluate performance of the proposed algorithm for multi-robot cooperation and automatic exploration scenario by measuring the time taken to complete exploration, etc. So what is the evaluation that is also mentioned. So each of the objectives more or less has got all these terms of SMART, S-M-A-R-T. So when you set how many objectives, and in case of proposal, try to limit your objectives to 3. In some of the very specific cases, they have only 2 objectives. That is also acceptable. 3 is the optimum. 4 is a bit extra. 5 is too much. Okay. So that you also try, because as I said before, the contract between the proposer and the grantor is the objectives. When you propose 5, 6, or 10 objectives, oh, how come he's going to finish this 5 objectives in 2 years' time or 3 years' time? So that is why you have to be realistic in setting the number of objectives, as well as each objective has to be realistic. Research scope, it is basically the list of what you are going to do, important elements, not all, because in the methodology you have so many items to do, but some of the items are very critical. Those you list what you are going to do, and some of the critical items which you are not going to do. So those you list under the research scope. Research scope often is good to put in bulleted form. Here it is put in paragraph form. That is also acceptable. Research philosophy for the PhD proposal, generally they have the research philosophy. Philosophy basically tells the way you are going to do the research, it will be successful. That is at the back. That means you are doing without knowing the philosophy. That means there is a possibility of failure of the research. There's the literature review. Literature review, as I said before, this is the first chapter we write in a research proposal, as well as in a case of a thesis. So when you write the literature review, it can have an introduction. You just can start it anyway. So the items what you are reviewing in line with your problem, where you are looking for the literature gap and the methods, because you need 2 things. What are the standard methods? What are the successful methods? Because those are the methods you can use. And you can extend the capability of the methods with your proposed methods. So that is why you need to know the existing methods. Okay. And here multi-agent deep learning, reinforcement learning. So how they do it, what are the different people doing. Okay, so here this is a list comparison, and from this this comparison is very long. That generally you should not have that long comparison. Comparison should be 5 to 6 is good. Don't go for so many. Optimization of deep reinforcement learning. So how do it? Sometimes they make the mistake. You see the Z, because you cannot put the what is called abbreviated for part of the name inside the citation. And then summary. In the summary, generally you are not put here. You can see he is making a reference. Summary is an independent item. Okay, it is self-explanatory. So do not make any reference here. So that is why I took this sample. These were my research methodology students. So I'm just sharing it. So here you can see the section 2.2 outlines. So I'm not going to, because summary, I have to read this and I have to understand what you have summarized. So don't put any reference inside the summary. So here basically what are the strengths and weaknesses he identified, listed. The strengths basically you are going to use, and weakness you are going to solve. Methodology. So here you put your methods. Here the way he put, it is well put, but he put the methodology flowchart at the end. Basically, at the beginning, you have to put the methodology flowchart, then you have to explain the methodology flow element. So that is basically the methodology. Okay, so here you can see he put at the end, and when you try to what is called squeeze the methodology, sometimes the methodology becomes very lengthy. So here you see it has become very lengthy. So he tried to put it what is called left right zigzag. Left right zigzag is not that popular. Yeah, if it is very big, in case vertical zigzag is acceptable. So, but still, the font size, the block size should be clear. If you request more than one page, so you continue in more than one page. Results and discussion. So I'm not going to tell the results and discussion issues here because it was part of the comprehensive exam, but for your proposal, basically the expected outcomes is important. Expected outcomes are coming from these are actually linked to your objectives. Whatever you promised in the objectives and what outcomes are giving in line with the objectives. So that is basically the expected outcome. So here we can see a multi-agent exploration model with enable robots to cooperate in achieving exploration objective. If you go back, so this proposal or title was basically using deep learning and multi-agents to explore some areas like this. So the first is said he's giving a model which is able to do this. Second, a high efficient hybrid model in terms of training time convergence, accuracy, cooperation, and this. So what is the element of this model that is he described? And I think this is the two outcomes. Then he has the Gantt chart as before. Okay, here because it was in the course, generally don't put this kind of items. Okay, when you are submitting whatever you are going to learn, this is not the concern of the granting authority. Granting authority believes you already know the thing and you will do this thing. Okay, like so maybe a training you can put sometimes in the activities. Okay, when you at the beginning you say you want to this, generally it is not well entertained. So these are the elements of the methods. Well, whatever you input, some are overlapping, some are connected one after another. Okay, so it is 2023, 4, 5, then 5, 6. So you can see this is the way he intelligently accommodated without making the font small. the table has been accommodated, and then references, of course, you follow. Okay, so this is the example of a research proposal for our university. And let me now discuss on the FRGA successful grant. Yeah, sister. Nur Hasna.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much for your presentation on the research proposal writing. I find it very enlightening. I would like to ask regarding the research objective, because just now you mentioned that the research objective shouldn't be too little and shouldn't be too much, right?
Yeah,
Meaning that if it's 5, it's already a bit too much.
yeah.
So can I ask, can we actually put 2 component in one objective? For example,
Mhm,
in my study, PhD study, I'm going to develop a postbiotic
mhm,
from a bacteria.
mhm,
So my first 2 objective is basically, the first one is to synthesize the
mhm,
postbiotic, and the second one is to characterize
mhm,
the biochemical composition and functional properties of these postbiotics.
mhm.
So should I, from your experience, should I actually combine these 2 objectives together, or is it better to make it a separate objective?
Okay, for you, in your case, sometimes you can merge things, but in that case, those are the components of the first keyword. In your case, synthesize and characterize are not, you cannot make in one group. They are 2 separate entities. After doing the synthesis, you have to check whether the synthesis is fulfilling your requirement in the characterization. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
So that is why in your case, you cannot put them together.
So it's better for me to separate them.
Yeah, so that is, as I said before, what you are giving as outcome. The first one you say, okay, I have done a synthesis. This is one. Second, I have done characterization, and these are the characterization results. Is it clear? But if you put them under one block, so how do you claim?
Okay, so it's difficult to explain when we put it
It's
together.
difficult to explain.
So in that case, in my study, I still will have to have 5 objectives. So will that be too much?
It depends upon this is what we understand. So is it the proposal for your PhD thesis? It's not for research grant.
It's for PhD thesis, yes.
Okay. PhD thesis, we can go for that, but that you have to justify that it will not take so long time, and some of them, and they are related to each other. That's the thing. Don't make it a very independent, which is not related.
Okay,
Clear?
understand.
Because sometimes our committee, when we evaluate, actually we tell a student, okay, this is the one you can remove, this is the one you can modify this way. So we don't want to put the student into trouble at the end. Student believe I have to show so many things. You cannot finish everything in one PhD. Your PhD will still continue some more PhDs.
Okay, understand. All right. Thank you,
Okay, so
Prof.
that's why you try to frame out together with your supervisor. It is a significant length. It's a 2 years plus work, around 3 years work, because that is another measurement. So how long is the work? A master.
Okay, I'm doing as part-time.
Oh, part-time, yeah, part-time is very lengthy.
Yes. Okay. All
Okay?
right. Okay. Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here you can see, so in case of what I call these grant proposals, the first item in the grant proposal is called the executive summary. We have to put the executive summary. Executive summary is all about the whole research. Everything we put within a very small space. So for FRGS, they have limited words. I think they allow 300 words to write. So sometimes you find it is very difficult, but you have to use the skill. I don't know how I think maybe your AI can help it if you give the core elements of this what is called summary. It can give it. So here you can see this is. Let me just read. So he gave a primer sentence. This primer sentence is not that necessary. He can just come from here. So laser micromachining has advantage because of its high material removal rate. However, its main disadvantage is the poor machining quality due to widely spread heat affected zone. On the other hand, microelectro discharge machining can fabricate better quality micro features due to the absence of the dominating HZ, that is heat affected zone. Though this enhancement comes at the cost of very low MRR. Okay, so MRR is, we didn't put MRR, why? Or material removal rate is there. So you see, he's mentioning the two methods has two disadvantages and two advantages. But if you do one after another, so it is costly. Okay, you need the two different machines and it's expensive. So that is the problem. So at the beginning of the executive summary, you have to put the problem. Okay, the problem statement. The problem statement, you write in the problem statement, not exactly like that. It is even squeezed because you have to fit within a very limited words. So he has problem statement, we can see later. But here, the part of the problem statement, which are the key elements, he put it here. Okay. Then towards overcoming the problem associated with these two types of machining, a hybrid techniques is required to integrate the advantage of laser micromachining and micro EDM. So this is the indicator how he's going to solve, then the solution process. The research targets to investigate laser micromachining EDM because it's FRGS. FRGS generally gives the investigation. Based combining micromachining techniques, we will retrofit the procedures existing EDA machine by integrating a modular head, etc. Then further experimental validation and optimization of the process parameter will be carried out to achieve the best machining performance. So that is the methodology. First part is the problem. Second part is the methodology. And what is the outcome of the methodology? That is the third one. The successful completion of this project will provide comprehensive knowledge about laser micro EDM based hybrid operation. You see, he technically put the knowledge component because for FRGS, they want to see the knowledge component. So he put knowledge. This knowledge can be used for several industrial sectors. You see, this is the R&D roadmap. He's matching with the R&D roadmap. Several industries, including national key economic areas of Malaysia, such as electronic industry. So he took this from the national NKA documents. Interconnection for circuits, healthcare sectors, micro features, and cardiac stents. Other application areas could be aerospace industry, such as micro holes, and automotive industries, micro holes for fuel nozzles, etc. So you see, the benefit of this gaining new knowledge will be possible to apply in practical solutions. And those are the solutions Malaysia is looking for. So that is why he received the grant. In future, the expertise developed from this project can lead to developing new machine, which is expected to be sustainable from the environmental perspective, as it will combine two micro machining operation into a single platform. So this is another highlight he put. Now let me go to problem statement. As I said before, you see the problem statement. This is the problem statement here, and here is the problem statement. So this part from here until here is the problem statement. Okay. So micromachining technology has been used for us, etc. Aerospace, automotive, laser micromachining and micromachining are two widely used methods for laser product. Laser machining has a problem, etc., etc. So the whatever problem statement he put up there, this is embedded inside this problem statement, a bit extended. Okay, not too much. Then, so what benefit is this? How about no fun? Oh, so what is not done? The gap. How about no fundamental research has been carried out on investigating hybrid process of 3D micro machining? Further, to this, no mathematical model has been developed as far to describe the laser micromachining, combining micromachining techniques. So you can see these findings are related to his objectives. The way he put the hypothesis, this is not correct. Anyway, this is accepted. But you can see the questions. So questions say here the question number 1, 2, though it is accepted, but these two questions are not correct. Because can, is, are has got the answer yes, no. But if you look the third and fourth, they are the correct. What are the optimum parameters of process? That means you have to do optimization, then you have to identify the optimum parameters. So it has some research component inside the answer. Okay, it's just not yes and no. How to develop a versatile predictive algorithm suitable for hybrid process in general. Okay. Then literature review, as usual, as I said, so it's not much different. Then the methodology, description of the methodology. And when you describe the methodology, you put how you are going to do, if you have the pictures, tables, where you put the, what is called, items you put, so you can see it's convincing. The mathematics he put, he's going to develop some mathematical model. So some of the core mathematics he's going to use, he's showing in this methodology section, explained. Okay, then because it has a particular form, we have to fill in. So those particular forms are given, and expected results, benefits, novel theories. Okay, successful completion of this project will create new knowledge about laser micro EDM-based hybrid machining process, which will have a significant impact, etc., etc. Then the research publication, because this is the grantor's requirement, and the specific applications. So what benefits is given in different applications, so those are listed. And impact to the society, so intellectual property, so these are part of the requirements in the guidelines, so they are fulfilling. Okay, and if you go back to the members, you can find, so they are actually so list of the members, if you see, you will find they are in the relevant field. Okay, so I think this is one of the guidelines how to write the research grant, and of course you have to allocate the budget according to the requirements. Where you have the salary, you have to put the salary. Where you have the traveling, you have to traveling. Where you have the conference fees, you have the conference fees. Where you are going to buy the materials, you must have to materials, and this you must put prudently. Basically, every what is called okay, so every research grant has the cap budget, so you have to retain within the budget. So don't try to put exactly whatever the cap. Try to keep it a bit low, so that is better. But sometimes if it's a very potential project, if you put even more than, still you get the budget, and sometimes you get the excess budget as well. So that is it depends upon your luck, I think. So I think with that, actually, I have finished presenting the general guidance, how to write the proposal, and what are the key elements of research proposal for your thesis, and how to write the research grants. And in case of the research grants, specifically the what do you call the title and your executive summary and the problem statement. So these are the key elements. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Yes, salam alaikum.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the very informative session, especially the slides. Like now we can see many students are asking that the slides is available or not. Uh, so, and also the examples, sample examples, that is very helpful, because when we see the examples or the samples and what the mistakes they have done, or what was the right things they did, so that is actually very helpful for us to write the proper research proposal. So there are some questions in the chat box. Should I read that,
You
Doctor?
can read it.
Yeah, okay.
That is easy for me.
So, okay, Doctor. So, one sister said, problem statement, we get the info from somewhere. So, do we need to cite the references? If, yeah.
This is very confusing.
Okay.
Some says put the key reference. Some says no need of the reference, because there are two versions. But I can find recently people are in favor of putting reference. But if you put reference, don't put more than two references, because it is supposed not to have references. If you put references, don't put more than two references. Even one is the key reference, which is actually you are going to benchmark your research later, that you can put.
Okay, I think the sister got the answer. So another brother's asking, yes, everything must be cited if it is taken from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that is the ethical portion of your research writing. Okay, so when you are, even if you take a Google picture, that you have to cite even.
Okay.
It doesn't harm, it doesn't, what is called, discredit you. Rather, it's a credit. You consulted many sources.
Okay. Noted, Doctor. So another sister asked, how many pages do we need to write the proposal for PhD students?
For me, it should not be more than 25 pages.
25.
Yes. Because a proposal can be, a 10-page proposal can be even very good proposal, but we want to say comprehensive literature review. Actually, the literature review basically extend your proposal. And methodology just make it very long. It's just a 2-page, 3-page document. Okay, mostly the literature review. So when you are submitting the proposal, you are supposed to put with the key literature. And when you support your proposal, you put around 30 plus minus literature, so that is understandable by the committee. You know how to do the literature review. You consulted the literature like this. So that is the reason basically. Okay, because when you put a very long literature review, and of course the list of references will be also very big, isn't it? By default.
Okay. Okay, so another brother say, does plagiarism check in proposal? Can we take help from AI like ChatGPT?
Yeah, you can check with any pleasurable checker. There is no harm. But we check ourselves so far with Turnitin. That is we are
yes.
using.
Yes.
But there are so many other platforms other than Turnitin. You can check.
Okay. Doctor, I wanted to ask, since like the students, we are using ChatGPT and other AI tools. So when we use the AI tools, what should be keep in our mind in terms of like, because we cannot take everything from AI, and also like how we give the references and everything, or what should be the limit?
Okay.
At,
So
yes.
because we are evaluating many of you staffs.
Mhm.
So as I said before, the AI is not perfect yet. AI makes a lot of mistakes. So one of the mistake AI gives, the list of references often is wrong. When we search the reference, it's not available. Okay, this is one of the mistake. And AI uses very smart wordings, which are not the common words we use. Those are the words AI use. Sometimes that is the word what AI means and what you want to mean is not same. That comes. So that is why you must check it carefully. Well, don't just submit it is AI material is perfect. You read it, you make it a modification, you extend or reduce. We lecturers are also using AI for different purposes, but we are using with what is called carefully. Okay. So the other day I had to develop a new course and its course synopsis. So I came up with the course synopsis. I put it to the ChatGPT. ChatGPT gave one. Then I modified it, and that is now it's a good one. I have it. Okay, so you can do it. There is no harm. The thing we want to see that you learned it. It's not AI is learning itself, isn't it? But you have to also learn, and you know what is AI putting. Is it exactly what you want or not? And you must be consistent all along your write up. You are writing chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. So the style may not be same because you are doing at different times. Okay.
Okay, noted. I think the audiences, the brothers and sisters also take note. So is there any other questions from the audience?
Assalamu alaikum, doctor.
Alaikum salam.
I have a question that there is a publishing house like Science Direct and Elsevier's, right? So some papers we are not going to access this. So is it possible to get access from the university? But any subscription is there for this, for those type of paper? For example,
I think
Elsevier.
our university has got few subscriptions. If you go inside the university, they have what is called online database. So in that database, some subscription we have. Not all, some subscription are there. But if you don't have, what you can do, you can find your friends in other universities.
Okay.
Okay, so if they have their database, they can download it and you can use it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. So where will get the database? I mean, from the library itself or some?
You go, the online database is available. If you get into our library system,
okay,
the online, you will find there is an online database. Then if you click online database, you will find there are so many databases available. For say engineering, IEEE is there. Other than IEEE, so engineering village, I think EI Compendex is there maybe. So quite a number of databases there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Also, Doctor, like for the new students, if they use the IIUM internet, they can directly download from IEEE and whatever subscription we have.
Yeah,
from the
You
university.
can access IEEE, but when you open through IEEE, all are not. Some you will find the lock is closed. That means that you cannot
Yes. Yeah,
download. Some you will
that's true.
find lock open. So
Yes.
those you can actually download.
So if
Okay,
the
for a
student use,
preliminary literature review, all the abstracts are always available, isn't it?
yes, Doctor.
So that is the first thing you do. I was supposed to do also how to do the literature review, but I didn't show you. So from the abstract, actually, you can find what kind of work is it. Is it worthy or not? That you can determine later. If it is very urgent, then you can actually request who has this source, or you can request library. Library can also buy for you.
Noted, Doctor. And is there any further questions for this session?
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam.
So I have a question. What are the ethics or a good way to approach a potential supervisor? Should we just email them the research proposal, or we call them first? Or which one is the best way, the good way to approach a potential supervisor?
The good way you should understand one thing. When you meet someone physically, you can have interaction. So both of you understand each other. Okay, so that's the best way. If you go online, the lecturers are receiving so many emails from here and there. So your email once open and thereafter he forgets, and you are still waiting for the response. So this kind of situation happens. So that's why if you are around in the campus, is better you knock them door to door, but you go first to the what you call their online CV and everything. You can identify who could be your potential supervisor. Then, of course, you can send the email. If you get the email response is good. If you don't get it, you will visit physically. That is more what is called fruitful.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
We receive a lot of requests for students from different countries are asking, I want to you as a supervisor. Sometimes we respond, sometimes we don't respond.
Okay, so there is another questions. What what do examiners usually look for first when they evaluating a proposal?
Okay. Examiners will look, as I mentioned before. What is the first item in your report, brother? The title, isn't it?
Title.
Yes, titles. Yes.
Title is the first item. They will look into the title. And where the title came from? Problem statement.
Yes.
Isn't it? Because the title is addressing the problem.
Yes.
So next, the problem statement. And problem statement is associated to the objectives. So objectives, problem statement, title. These are the key items where they will jump in, and they will look in the methodology, where the methodology you propose can successfully solve your problem. Okay, sometimes you may propose the methodology is incomplete. You didn't choose the proper instrument, you didn't choose the proper database, you didn't give the proper outline of the sequences of the processes. So these are the items basically they look for. And for the literature gap, because the reviewers who they send mostly are in your area, so they know actually what is the research gap in this area. So they will basically go to the summary of the literature review, and they will random check inside how do you write the literature review part. They will not go thoroughly one by one. Okay, but they will random check. So what is the writing style? Whether you have highlighted, have some of them, because the gist is available in the summary like this. And they will also check with the references, some of the references, the current references. So how good these references are like this. So most important is the title, your objectives, your problem statement, and methodology.
I hope the brothers or sisters got the answer. So one sister is asking what is the latest time limit for the literature review, like the latest 5 years or latest 10 years something. Is there any, Doctor?
Basically, you can use last 15 years span. Okay, but when you choose your problem should be within the last 5 years or 5 years plus little bit.
Okay.
Okay, but you can show because the problems has a trend of 50 years maybe, but don't go 50 years back. Okay, go maximum maybe 20 years back, you still can go. Then 20 to current, but as I said before, how to write the literature review? It's like writing history. So start from the old literature and end of the with the current literature. Current literature is basically the last 5 years plus.
Okay, understood.
Because nowadays there are a lot of research happening. So there are a lot of progresses. If you go 10 years back, then you will find a similar research problem has been solved in many different ways. So you don't have the literature gap.
So another sister is asking, currently systematic literature review is popular.
Yeah, systemic literature review.
Is IIM accepting SLR, or we are going to doing the common conventional LR or conventional literature review?
That I'm not sure. It should accept because it's already accepted everywhere. IIM should also accept.
Okay. Okay, so is there any further questions? So I think one brother just said like, if I have a historical based project that may go back to 50 years, so what should be the limit for the literature
that is a different domain.
different, yes.
That's a different domain. History is history.
Yes,
we are talking about the history of the current solutions. And historical research is basically to find whether the history was correct, isn't it?
Yes, Doctor, yes.
And based on the history, we can predict how the next history will be generated. That is the historical research. It can have a longer span. I think the longer span it has, the historical research, the better should be. I'm not in that area, but that is my assumption.
Okay, I think with that we already passed our time, so we can conclude the session, and we want to thank you, Dr. Aisuddin Khan, Professor, for your valuable time and insightful presentations. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum
Wa alaikum assalam.
So with that, we will have a lunch break until 2:30, and then after 2:30, we will have our next sessions, the upcoming sessions. And don't forget to join us again or just remain in the meeting. Thank you so much again, and we will have our next session at 2:30. Enjoy your meal, and thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلامين ماذا اجتذب عن جرى من مكلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريد لذكر الباني والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر واسع الكرم يا ربي الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلامين ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلام ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريك لذكر الباني والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم واسع الكرم يا ربي الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلامين ماذا اجتذب عن جرى من مكلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريد لذكر الباني والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلامين ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريك لذكر البان والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلام ماذا اجتدى معا جرى من مكلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريد لذكر الباني والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا رب الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذكر جيراني بذي سلام ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مقلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريك لذيك بالبان والعلم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي أريك لذيك بالبان والعلن يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا
Assalamualaikum everyone. Inshallah, we will resume as scheduled. Our next session will be start early at 2:30 p.m.
يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم آمين تذاكر جيراني بذي سلام ماذا اجتدى دمعا جرى من مكلة بدمي يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم لولا الهوى لم تريد دمعا على طلالي ولا أريك لذيك بالبان والعلن يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى
Assalamualaikum everyone. Hope everyone had already their lunch. So, how is everything? How is the session? Can I know from the audience? Good. Okay, so so inshallah we will have another 3 session, and which is very exciting and informative also. So hopefully our new brothers, it will be brothers and sisters, it will be very beneficial, and I hope everyone will take note accordingly, because all of our speakers, speakers, they are like very high expert in their own expertise field. So now we have our next program, which is the sharing session on communication and presentation skill. The program title is Connect, Communicate, Convince, a graduate guide, postgrads guide to powerful presentations. So the session will be conducted by Dr. Wan Fatih Nabila from the Kuliah of Medicine, IIUM. Dr. Wan Fatin's area of expertise is in medicine and health science, particularly clinical medicine and surgery. Alongside her medical profession, he has been actively guiding postgraduate students on how to effectively communicate their ideas, present with confidence, and deliver impactful academic and professional presentations. So her insight today will be especially valuable for all of us as postgraduate students, since the ability to connect with the audience, communicate ideas clearly and convincingly, present your research is an important part of our research. So with further ado, let us warmly welcome Dr. Wan Fatin Nabila to share her expertise with us. Assalamu alaikum, madam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us and give us the valuable of your time. So inshallah, we can start our session.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Brother Masbahur, for the kind introduction. I'm Fatin. I'm from Kuliah of Medicine. So if I can share my screen. Yeah. I believe I am here today because I was once a winner of the 3-minute thesis presentation back in 2019. I don't regularly train the postgraduate students in terms of presentation skills or communication skills, but I do give some inputs to the finalists of the 3MT participants in my kuliah, and as well as other kuliah, and also been involved with the 3-minute thesis competition at the university level. Just a disclaimer that I am not an expert in communication. I am not a certified communication or presentation expert. I am just an ex-student, an IIUM alumni, because I did my PhD here, who looks forward to help my students to excel in their postgraduate studies, right? Okay, so I'll be using the presentation mode afterwards, but let's start. So the title of my presentation today is about connect, communicate, and convince, which is really about how the postgraduate students can develop a powerful presentation, especially when delivering their research. Now, presentation is a form of art, and when we present, we want to capture the attention of our audience so that they will focus and bring home the message. And in order to do so, one need to be well prepared in terms of the content. To convince the audience, one need to have all the content ready and show them that you know your stuff, you are the content expert, and they must believe in you. And in 30 seconds, I lost 90% of you. That example of this slide is exactly
death by PowerPoint, which means that I don't even begin, but I'm already murdering my audience. My audience will be disconnected, will be trying to read line by line. Instead of listening to me, they will be busy trying to find out which line I am talking now, when I probably have already read at the last line, but they are still up here, right? And that this, if you think that this slide is familiar, then you are a victim of death by PowerPoint. I've been a victim myself. And I'm probably one of the perpetrator before, because I've done these slides. I have presented this kind of slides as well. And I hope my students today won't be repeating the same mistake. Once you lose the engagement in the first 30 seconds of your presentation, you lose the attention, you lose the interest of your audience. It's really hard to capture back their attention. And what are the symptoms of death by PowerPoint? You would see that your audience will be slamming on the table, sleeping, falling asleep, but that would be extreme. But then you can recognize the initial symptoms. They would be probably looking around, they have this urge to look at their phones, they will be probably looking at the ceiling, they stare, like blank stare. So those are the symptoms. And you know that if you've seen that in your audience, then you need to do something. Because eventually, the purpose of presenting, be it academic, be it a business proposal, be it convincing or pitching your ideas, it is really to transfer the knowledge to others and also to persuade your audience to believe that whatever you are talking, whatever you are working on is of important value. Now, I would like to ask for some feedback from my students. So if you can probably scan this QR code here. What is your biggest fear about presenting? Don't worry, this is anonymous, because I would like my students to acknowledge that fear in presenting is not, you're not in silo. Everyone feels it. Not everyone, probably most of us feel the same. Most of us have some difficulty. But my role here today is really to help you to, probably you won't be able to overcome it 100% by today, but probably you can reduce the level of anxiety. You'll be a little bit more confident. You know what to do, what not to do, right? So when people don't understand what I really mean, yeah, correct. Sometimes it's because you don't have the right language, or you don't have the right accent, or you're probably not confident speaking in another language, or you're worried that your audience is not speaking your mother tongue. Okay, standing in front of people, very well. I'm still nervous up till today. Sudden blank. You prepare, you rehearse, but then because of anxiety, you probably just forget everything that you have rehearsed. The Q&A that came after, that's a valid reason. Unable to respond to Q&A, thought block, loss of idea. This is common, especially for beginners. How others will judge me, yeah, because when you're standing in front of people, you would feel vulnerable, right? When there are many participants, yes, the more the participants or the higher the stake of the participants are, the more nervous you are. Fear of unanswered questions, social anxiety, stuttering, cannot deliver it in interesting way, not knowing to answer, stuck in the middle, slightly off track when presenting. It's easy to be slightly off track or not just slightly, majorly off track when presenting, especially because it's because you are too excited about it, or because you're too nervous, too afraid of presenting in front of people. That can happen. Q&A can't get their attention. Sometimes I mess up what other things should be presented first and what are after. Yeah, so the sequence of your presentations, okay? People not listening and didn't get, unprepared, stage fright, lost idea, putting my audience to sleep. This is a very good answer. Loss of words and shaking, questions, failure, misinformation, misinterpretation. Can't find the right words to describe, yeah, very well, especially if you know that your audience is not from the same background as what you are going to talk about. Then probably the jargons may be difficult for them to comprehend when the only voice in the room is mine. Yeah, so everyone is paying attention to you, what to add and what not in slides. That I would make my audience lose interest, being just mumbling. Okay, I don't have fear but confused how to hook audience when starting a presentation. Yes, so how can I capture their attention, right? Getting stuck in explaining and speaking, not able to express ideas to audience. People don't understand, losing track, or missing some important information, very introverted. So this is a personality, but introverted person can also present well, okay? You can be introvert, but you can also be a great presenter. Not fluent in sufficient time. Okay, this is valid. You need to plan and you need to know how much time you are given to hopefully deliver all your points. Losing confidence, anxious, worried about knowledge is not enough, unable to connect. Being in center. Okay, let's see if we have any new other answers when I forgot. Okay, getting nervous looking at the audience, trying to make the points I try to deliver. Humans, yeah, we are afraid of humans, right? Yeah, anxiety is something that is real, that is valid. Either will be too fast or too slow. Okay, we're going to talk about it later. All right, okay. So we have a number of concerns there, right? Most of it is about how can we engage the audience, and how can we control the stage fright, not to be anxious, and how can we make sure that our information is enough, we have enough time, and how to overcome the fear of the Q&A that follows our presentation. Okay, so if you have a look at this slide here, okay, when you are a postgraduate student, you cannot escape from presenting. You will be presenting. To complete your master or your degree, there are several academic presentations that is obliged on you. The proposal defense is one. Then you will have to present again your proposal in the KRC, the Kuliah Research Committee meeting. And if you have the research methodology course, if you're sitting for that, I think that is compulsory for all postgraduate student. You have another proposal presentation in the research methodology course. Now, throughout your research with your supervisor or with your lab mates, with your research team, you will probably be asked to present the progress of your research. And before you submit your thesis, you are usually requested to present the research finding. And the ultimatum of all your research that you have been doing is actually to defend your thesis during the viva voce. Now, these are the least presentation that you will need to do throughout your postgraduate journey. And then there are also some other bonuses, some other sunnat presentations. For example, participating in conferences, participating in competitions like 3-minute thesis presentation, or participating in the department journal club or the CME. And how do you get all the information of what kind of presentations you need to do throughout your studies? I would highly suggest you to go back to your postgraduate office and look at the postgraduate handbook from the kuliah, and then you can see what are the required requirements for you to be able to graduate. It would usually include the proposal defense, research finding, as well as the PhD viva voce, or the usually for the master program, you don't necessarily have be viva voce, but you have like the just like it's the vibe is kind of similar to viva voce, but it is not named as viva voce. I think it's named as thesis evaluation meeting, TEM, right? And then some of your courses might involve some kind of coursework in which you are required to do some assignment, and those assignment can be either written assignment or oral assignment. So there, if it's an oral assignment, there'll be some kind of presentation there as well. Now, so depending on your center of study, your kuliah, you will need to register and present your research proposal either at semester 1 or semester 2 or semester 3. And usually for my kuliah, sorry, for kuliah of medicine, our students are required to present their research proposal in the week 11 of the first semester. So all of this information should be available from the student handbook. It is important for you to plan from now on. So I assume this is week 0 or week 1, I'm not sure. It's important for you to know when are you presenting so that you can plan well. Because the earlier you plan and prepare, inshallah, the better is the outcome. Right. And I did mention about the bonuses of the kind of bonus presentation that you do, like conferences. Now, as far as I know, conferences are not a requirement to graduate. However, there are a lot of benefits from presenting or participating in conferences. If you participate as an attendee or as an audience, you would benefit from actually listening and get updates on the latest knowledge in the field of your study. But it is, if you attend as a presenter, then you get to present your findings before you publish. And why is that important? Because usually when you present, you receive feedbacks. And these feedbacks, you can take them into account to improvise your research itself. Therefore, you don't really wait until the viva voce to receive feedback, but along the way, you have been receiving feedbacks through presenting either at conferences or at the research progress presentations. Those feedbacks is actually what makes you be better, be a better presenter, and be a better researcher. And when you join the conferences, you get to know people or the expert in your field. So networking, it is an opportunity to network, to build a network, a strong network, even when you are still a student. Because this network that you built when you are a student, it goes a long way throughout your career. You're gonna look back and you're gonna be so grateful to your previous self that you have actually taken the initiative to try to connect with others. And some conferences would actually offer the opportunity to publish the extract or sometimes the full paper in proceedings or abstract book. And if you publish in index proceeding, then that would be giving you a PE point. And what is a PE point? PE point is the publication equivalence. For example, if you are doing a PhD, to graduate, you need a minimum PE of 2, publication equivalence of 2, in which one should be from index journal. So from index journal, a full article from index journal, the PE value is 1. And then you can have another 1 PE from any combinations of publication. So probably you can publish 1 journal article, and then you can have another 1 publication in non-index journal, and a poster in a non-index conference. So that would make up 2. Or you can have 1 index journal publication and 1 conference proceeding, and probably 2 index conference proceedings. So that would make up a PE of 2 as well. So all of this should be available in the CPS website.
Ma'am, sorry for interrupt. Some students are asking, we are still at the minimum meter slide, or there will be another slide, because we only see the slide number 5.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, actually, now, are you seeing the right slide now?
It's coming, but it's still not yet.
Not yet. Now, how is now? What do you see now?
Now it's no slide. It's
No slide.
Oh.
MashaAllah. Now let me reshare again.
Yes. Okay, now we can see the slide.
Okay. Very sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Doctor.
Right. So let's go back to, okay. I think you've got this message, right? You need to know when are you gonna have to present, especially your first presentation would usually be your proposal presentation. So like from Kuliah of Medicine, it would be the week 11 of the first semester. So you need to get this information from your kuliah, for your respective kuliah. And then you also need to know about the publication equivalence, because one of the publication equivalence also include the conference proceeding. Therefore, if you present in a conference, that would actually give you the points for the PE, which actually helps you to fulfill the criteria for the graduation later on, right? Okay. Well, having said that, like some kuliah, like Kuliah of Engineering, this is based on what I found online. They need although the minimum PE is 2, they specifically want their PhD candidates to publish 2 articles in the index journal. So again, you have to go back to your kuliah to see what are the requirements by the kuliah. Now, I talked to you about another sunat presentation competitions, like 3-minute thesis, right? Okay, in 3-minute thesis is probably the most talk about presentations or competition among the postgraduate students. Now, when I was a student, I was afraid to participate in the 3-minute thesis. However, my kuliah actually made it compulsory for all PhD students to participate at least once. And that rule alone actually helped me to improve myself, to polish my communication skill, and to overcome my fear. And eventually, I managed to get through to represent IIUM at the national level, and Alhamdulillah, we won the grand prize in 2019, and we were representing Malaysia to the Asia Pacific 3-minute thesis in Queensland. I believe CPS would actually have another session probably for 3-minute thesis, because that talk about 3-minute thesis alone would take a lot of time itself. Now, the focus of my presentation today is really, when you want to present your research to people, you will need to capture their attention, get your points across, and make them persuaded or believe or confident in what you are talking about. So the 3C that I would like to introduce, or that I would like to use the framework of my talk today, will be connect, communicate, and convince. Now we talk about the connection. The connection the connection itself is really about capturing the attention of your audience. And you need to remember that your audience is human. Therefore, it is not that difficult to connect with your audience because you're also a human. Human connecting to human, use the human element. Now, what makes you feel connected to a presenter? Usually, if you can relate to what they are saying. Probably, if I'm a medical doctor and I'm talking about a disease to an audience of medical doctors, then probably I would connect with my audience easier. But what if I'm talking about a disease to the engineering community? If I'm using medical jargon, then they probably won't be able to connect as much with me. And that is how I need to tweak about how I present my ideas. Start with a you focus, meaning that let them stand in a position and you try to showcase that the position that the audience is actually in now is something of importance to you. For example, you don't say, today I'm going to talk about hypertension. But instead, I probably will start with, have you ever heard about high blood pressure? Or have you ever had your blood pressure checked? Have your doctor ever told you that your blood pressure is high? Or I can start with, who's here who have parents with high blood pressure? Then, when I'm asking a question that reflects on my audience would be paying a little bit more attention, hopefully, to what I'm saying, because I'm shifting the focus on the audience. It's about you, not about me. And then slowly, I will introduce my topic. And you also need to connect with humans, you also need to tell them why whatever you are going to talk about is important. So the big why, instead of saying hypertension is a disease in which the blood pressure is raised, rather than starting my presentation with that statement, I would probably say, it is very important for all of you here to check your blood pressure. Because if your blood pressure is high and you don't know about it, then you are at risk of having stroke or heart attack. So my audience will then listen carefully to what I'm going to say, because they know, they have the big why. They need to listen to me because eventually my talk, what I'm going to talk about, will concerns their health, concerns their blood pressure. And if you start your presentation with a storytelling, that is also much better. Now, having said this kind of presentation would not, or this kind of structure would not always be suitable, especially in an academic setting, in which your audience is your professors, your lecturers, because they are experts in your field. So you need to, of course, when you want to connect with your audience, you need to know the background of your audience. If you are presenting in a 3-minute thesis, then your audience will be from laymen. They are from all over the Malaysia, from all over the country. They are from diverse backgrounds and fields. But then if you are presenting in your department in which your audience know or have the same background as you, then probably you don't have to lower down your standard of introduction by storytelling. Okay, so you need to know your audience to be able to connect very well with them. And it is also important for you to use this narrative arc because it would provide like a logical flow to your presentation. You talk about the background of your study, what are the complications if that background of the problem is not resolved, and then how you are trying to approach that. Eventually, this is really the same structure as when you are presenting your proposal. You talk about the problem state, you talk about the background, the problem statement, the research gap, and eventually your objective of the study. And to attract or to keep your audience engaged with you, moving from one section to another section should be quite smooth. You can't just jump here and there. Therefore, you use the signposting. Recap a little bit of what you have mentioned earlier and then move on to the next section. For example, now that you have seen the problem, let's look at our approach rather than, okay, now I will talk about the approach. Okay, so it's important for you to help. Your slides has been, you spend a lot of time creating your slides. Now it's really up to you to help your audience to fly through your presentation. When you're talking about your research to the people, trying to connect with your audience, there is this curse of knowledge that you should try to avoid. Okay, remember when I talked about when you're presenting in front of layman people, in front of people of diverse background, sometimes you have been presenting a lot in your department, in front of your professors, and when you step out of your department, okay, and talk to your to the community, for example, you probably will be cursed by this curse of knowledge because you know a lot and you probably think people knows too, but that is not always the case. This is quite common. Sometimes when I talk to my children, for example, I tend to forget that they have no background knowledge about what I'm talking about. Even if I talk to my husband, although we are adults, he is not from the same field as me. So it's very important for me to convert whatever content of my talk, content of our small chats into something that we mutually can connect and mutually can understand. Because if you are able to capture the attention of your audience, then only you will be able to capture their agreement. Okay. And one of the fears of presenting that we discussed, that we did a poll earlier, right? It's about you don't know if you have the right amount of knowledge when presenting, which is why planning your presentation is important, and which is why you should know when are you presenting. When talk about planning, now this is really up to you. You need to know your topic very well. So before you do your research proposal presentation, you have to do the literature review quite thoroughly. because eventually you will be the only expert of your topic, not your supervisor, not your lab mates, not your co-supervisor, not the HOD even, right? Know your audience, know how you are assessed. This is also important. If the assessment is for academic purpose, for example, if you are presenting your proposal for your Viva, you as a student, you have the right to know the rubric and also know the technicals. This is more concerning with the online presentation. Which platform, who is the moderator, am I been given, how long am I given the time, what kind of what size of the slide is required. Would it be like the widescreen one or the non-widescreen one? Okay, know the technicals as well. Are we going to use the projector? Are we going to use like the LED screen? All of this would eventually play some role in when you are presenting. So in terms of the preparation, I always tell my students, when you want to present, there are 3 things that you need to focus on. The first one is actually the slides, what you are going to show, because this will be the visual input for your audience. Next will be the text. What are you going to say? This will be the audio input for your audience. And then you should also prepare yourself. How will I deliver it? Will I be standing? Will I be sitting? What attire will I be putting on? Should I wear a formal attire? Should I wear a black scarf or a pink scarf? And what to do if I'm nervous? So you need to prepare yourself as well. What is the contingency plan? For example, if you go blank, what should you do? Okay, things like that. When you talk about the content of your topic, as I mentioned before, it's normal to feel that you don't know much because you're still a student. Like, I can relate to that. When I was a student, I was very afraid. Talking to my professors, presenting to the department, presenting to the kuliah. They are all like lecturers, professors, like many, many years. They know a lot. And I was there, I was just like 3 months, 2 months into the PhD. But then, eventually, remember that you are not talking about a large common topic. You're talking about something quite niche in which you are the only one that is studying that topic. And you are studying that topic because there is a gap in the knowledge in which no one else is studying, which is why that will make you the expert of your topic. And if you are able to convince yourself that this is the topic, my topic, I am the master, I am the expert, then hopefully your fear should not conquer you from presenting well. Now, remember that I mentioned to you, you need to know the assessment criteria because really it helps to plan your presentation as well. Now, when I was a student, I didn't know that I am entitled to the assessment rubric. But then, if you go back to the IIUM student assessment policy, students are obliged to know what are the assessment methods, including the scoring rubrics, so that they can monitor and self-evaluate their performance as well. So, as a student, know your rights to get the student rubric, the presentation rubric for your presentation.
Mangku Dekan, you suddenly receive unrecorded leave requests from some lecturers like.
Saras dah put in already. You already put in last
Aku mau edit.
Sorry, there are someone the mic is on. Please turn off the mic.
Right.
Sorry, ma'am. You can continue.
Thank you, Brother Mazbahur. Right, okay. So for example, in my kuliah of medicine, we have the assessment rubric on COM website and also in the student handbook. So you see, to prepare and plan for the presentation, the student should include all of this: the title, introduction, objective, methodology, results, conclusion, and recommendation, and they know the weightage of each section. So the part with the most weightage are the methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and recommendation, and then they also have the description of each criteria. For example, in the introduction, you need to include the research gap, the objective must be smart, specific, measurable, okay? And then organized manner of results and discussion as well, right? So you can go back to your kuliah and then ask your postgraduate office about this rubric. Right. In terms of the technicality, like I mentioned before, especially if it's an online, like today, like I had a hiccups earlier when my slides were not moving. Okay. Know what time you are presenting. Be punctual. If it is a face-to-face, then I would highly recommend for you to go earlier and probably go and visit the exact venue or exact room or hall where you are presenting. You can try out connecting your device to the projector. Know what kind of connection they are using. Are they using HDMI or are they using the VGA? Is it compatible with your device itself? Where are you going to stand? Is there a stage? Is there what kind of mic are you using? Is it a portable mic? Is it one with stand? If it's one with stand, can you actually hold it so that you can move around? Things like that. You might feel that it is not minor things, but eventually adding up is quite a big, it can take a big toll on your presentation as well. Okay, so the general outline of academic presentations: introduction, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. So this is really, you can go back to your rubric and look at the outlines or the components in the rubric. Okay. Now, after you have connected with your audience, then it's time for you to communicate with your audience about the content of your research or your study. And when you are communicating, the single most important thing in communication is communicating with clarity, meaning that you know exactly what you are saying, and the other end, the recipient, also receive the same message that you intend to pass down. When I talk about communication, it's really a two-way communication. However, in presentations, usually you will be doing the most of the talking. Probably the audience will ask a bit of questions, like 5 minutes Q&A at the end of your presentation. But then, throughout your presentation, you still communicate with your audience by the gestures. Look at their gestures, look at their body language, look at their eye contact. Are they interested? Look at their facial expression. Are they confused? Are they happy? Is there like an aha moment? You can actually look at them and evaluate. If you see that people are losing focus or people are frowning, not understanding, then you know you have to do something else. You have to change the way you are presenting. Of course, use a simple language that can connect both the audience and you as the speaker, having in mind that if your audience are the professors, are the experts, then you don't need to really change the whole of the jargons into a layman term, but talking to the community, talking to people from diverse background, adjust your language so that you and the audience are at the same level of comprehension. And this is quite difficult to do as well. How do you design your slide? Now, if it's a general topic like today's topic, it's quite easy to follow this rule, one idea per slide, so that when you are talking, your audience will look at you and listen to you rather than trying to read your slides. But I acknowledge that in an academic presentation, it won't be quite feasible because Like if you want to spell out your research objective, it will be wordy. It's not like 5 words only. I appreciate that, but then if you can't follow this rule of one idea per slide, you need to tweak around on how to not make your slide boring and audience disengage with you because they are focusing on the slide. Most of the content of your slide generally would be words. Okay, that's the typical death by PowerPoint that we talked about earlier, right? Now, if you can't cut down the words, then think about changing the words into visuals. This is usually applicable when you're talking about the results, when you're presenting the results. So rather than putting a sentence, present your data into a bar chart. Okay. Some people would prefer table, but tables will actually makes your audience start to think. They need to interpret each numbers. But if you put down a chart like this, they would automatically be able to appreciate the trend. So thinking time would be reduced. They will be more focusing on your speech, on what you are saying. Some of the words can be converted into icons. And it's also good if you can actually convert your text into infographics. And if you look at this example of this infographic, this is not done by me. This is done I took it from the internet. You can appreciate the use of icons. Okay, so these are people, and then they use a larger font for numbers, which shows that the emphasis is on the percentage. And then there are connections here. The icon of a car and a pie chart here, and also graph here. So you see, this is not boring. People will look at the icons because as human, we will be more attracted to visuals rather than the words. Some of the words, like filler words, you can cut down. For example, instead of putting the whole sentence, my name is Fatin, just put Fatin, Kuliah of Medicine, because eventually this is your text that you are going to read out, but the important points that you want to convey to your audience is that my name is Fatin, I'm from Kuliah of Medicine. So this is sufficient for my audience. You also need to consider the font type and also the size. You can use bold or italic or capital to emphasize on important points, and also convert lengthy sentence into short and precise words as well. So taking into example the first slide that I present there in the form of words and also bullet points. If I try to simplify it a bit, shifting the words into my right side and have a blank space here so that my audience will be more visually attracted to these icons here. However, they will still be very busy trying to read the text here, right? Now, how about I simplify those into very short and precise point forms here, but I know they will still be very busy trying to read each of them, and they will spend more time reading. So how about I separate it like this? So there is spaces in between the points. It's a clean slide, no icon at all. Okay. Some people prefer it like this, like minimalist style. But for me personally, I like some forms of graphics in my presentation. So instead of arranging it like this, I put it into circles like this. And I can zoom in, zoom out when I actually want to emphasize on each point. So these are some examples that you can use. And if it's a very important point, like a take-home message that I would like my audience to remember, I will just put like a blank slide. So their focus will be onto me and not on my slide to emphasize an important point. Or sometimes I can just use a very powerful image like this one. So no text. So listen to me, not to my text. Sorry, not to my slides. What kind of tools you can use to prepare your slides? There are a lot of tools nowadays. We are used to PowerPoint. Now, I am very not familiar. I am very happy to use Canva. So like this slide, I'm using Canva. Google Slides is something that you can use as well. And also with the use of artificial intelligence, there's also some platforms in which you can just give a prompt and then they will produce like the whole deck of slides for you to present. Of course, you need to go through and review back again, but it really helps to cut down the time that you spend on preparation of the slides. Okay. Remember that the PowerPoint, as the name suggests, the points should be powerful, but then the PowerPoint itself is not the most powerful thing in a presentation. The most powerful thing in a presentation is yourself as the speaker. The points are just to assist or just really to assist and facilitate your points or your content to be delivered across to your audience. Right? Next, we're going to talk about if we talk about the slide design. Slide alone is not enough. Having good slide but then very poor delivery would actually crack your presentation as well. How do you deliver your presentation? You have to show your personality, of course, good personality. So how you dress, how you show up, your facial expression, your gesture, your non-verbal communication. This is things that you need to learn throughout your PhD and master journey. Not just learn by watching others, but also learn by doing. So it's very important for you as a postgraduate student to actually attend the presentations of the other students and see what are the good things that you can adopt, and probably you can also evaluate or list down things to avoid. The more you watch someone presenting, the more you learn, but then the best way of learning is actually to do it. So don't be afraid to present. Remember that when you are presenting, because you should be the whole focus, so yourself is important, and because we are doing an oral presentation, your voice is your instrument. What kind of voice would you like to use? So it is advised for you to use your bass voice, not the high-pitched one, because like logically high-pitched, people will run away, people will have earaches afterwards, okay? Do not try to speed up your presentation, because once you speed up, you will tend to mumble. When you mumble, people don't get your points, and it's a waste of your time and energy. Slow down and use strategic pauses, especially when there is an important point. It's important for you to pause so that people will focus on the next important point that you are going to deliver. Vary your pitch and volume. For important points, of course, you want to use a little bit higher pitch and probably a little higher bit of volume. What kind of pose do you do when you want to present? This is really something that I learned by watching others. If you watch a lot of TED Talks, you can see how they deliver themselves. There is this phrase, the power pose. When you use this power pose, you look like a professional. Okay. The terms that is used over the internet is you look powerful. I don't like the word powerful. I would say you look professional, you look presentable. So stand up, don't bow down, stand up, and your feet, open your feet at the same width as your shoulder. Don't stand with your feet together. Okay. This is what is known as the confidence stance. If you look into the internet, there's also about how you the power pose include putting your arms at your hips. I won't recommend that. Probably not in our culture. Okay. Just your hand at your side is okay. Don't put it in front of you like this. Don't just like this. Okay. Because that really shows that you are anxious, you are afraid, you are not confident. Okay. And also filter out the filler words. How do you do this? It's really by practicing. How fast should you talk? Okay. So it is recommended for you for in a presentation, you should talk in between 100 to 200 words per minute. But I never measure myself. I'm not sure how do they get this data. But then you probably can tell yourself, when you are speaking too fast that you can't even understand yourself, then you know others won't be able to understand that. I'll share you a secret after this about how you can rehearse and look at the pace of your talk. Okay. Talk about the power of pause. Pause when you have an important point to deliver across, and also eliminate the fillers. So these are gesture and posture that I won't recommend. Okay. Hands in the pocket, hands in the waist, on the waist, hands across the chest, crossing the legs, putting put your hands over your face. It shows that you are not ready, you are insecure, you're defensive, right? So these are the power pose that I mentioned earlier. Standing with a wide stance, same as your shoulder. I won't recommend hands on hip or hands behind, so just focus to this one, okay? And all of these filler words, it's very hard to remove it if it's becoming a habit. So how do you cross off a habit? How do you cancel a habit? It's by building another habit. So if our habit is then you should build up on another habit of trying to remove those words. Just this habit you can build up even when you talk to your supervisor, talk to your friends, okay? Try to talk with a good pace, avoid filler words, and also the gesture when you are talking even to your friends or your family members. It actually helps a lot for you to start building a good habit. And finally, you have connect with your audience, you have communicate, and how do you convince them? Actually, when you have actually connect and communicate, then the convincing part is already been covered. Once your audience relates to you, and once the audience thinks that what you are talking is logical, sorry, they should be convinced. However, I would like to emphasize that when you are presenting, the convincing part will be the final part, the end part of your presentation, which is usually the conclusion. And it's very easy for conclusion to just be a conclusion. But what I would recommend here is actually to have one slide on the take-home messages. You have introduced the problem, you have introduced the solution in which you are doing your research. So what is the take-home message for your audience? What are their roles now? It is something that you can actually suggest to them and sell your idea to them. And another way to actually convince your audience is actually to tell them the implication. Because I'm from the Kuliah of Medicine, when we present our research, we always end it with the clinical implication. What does my study mean to the patients, to the disease, to the community, to the public health? So in your research or in your field of study, you need to identify that as well. Because you have done so and so, what will change now? And of course, to convince your audience, you also need to do well. Now, Q&A is something that I am afraid of. Everyone is probably afraid of Q&A because we don't know what questions we are getting right. But then there are ways to handle the Q&A carefully, precisely, and nicely. First, listen to the question very well. If you are not clear about the question, it's not wrong to ask them to repeat or rephrase the question. Okay? And while doing so, you are actually buying some time for you to think about the answer. Now, what happens if I don't know the answer? Don't make up stories. You can always admit that you don't know, but then you can always acknowledge that you don't know, but then you need to sandwich it with, I'm going to read up about it. I'm going to consider that into my research, or I'm going to ask my colleagues and the experts in the field about this, and I'll get back to you. Something like that. You don't just say, I don't know, sorry, that's it. Okay? You need to sandwich it carefully so that the audience feel appreciated and that he feels that you acknowledge their opinion as well. And of course, stay calm. I know it's very nerve-wracking to be standing in front of everyone, but then all spotlights on you. Suddenly, one question you can't answer. It's very easy to feel very anxious, probably shaking on the stage. That is not something unusual, but hopefully you will with practice, with repetitions, you will learn to stay calm. Okay, take a breath if you need, and just remember that you are the expert of the study in that particular room. Therefore, if you don't know, it's not the end of the world because you can always look up on it again.
Okay. Sorry, doctor, for interrupting. Actually, we are running of the time of this session, so maybe you can, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm at the end of my presentation as well. Just really for a recap or a conclusion of my presentation today. Presenting as a postgraduate student is a bread and butter of a PG journey. To have a good presentation, you need to connect well with your audience. You need to communicate your ideas clearly with clarity. And then you have to convince your audience that what you are talking, researching, studying about is important to them. And inshallah, they will buy your idea, and inshallah, your postgraduate journey will be smooth. Thank you very much, CPS, Brother Masbahur, for the opportunity to talk about this. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much for your valuable insight and innovative techniques and tips to present very smartly. Now we have this session was very resourceful and informative. And to sum up, we know as Madam told us that we need to careful about three things. One is the slide. Another is the content, and also most importantly to prepare ourselves. And as we know from Al Hadith that inna min al bayani la sihrun, that's mean after listening Madam's speech, we understand that actually the presentations and the speech is how powerful it is. And may Allah give us the tawfiq to implement all of the things we learned from this session. Thank you so much again, Madam, for your nice and very informative techniques. Thank you. So now we will go for our next session, which is also very important and very exciting. Our next session is in the sharing sessions on postgraduate transdisciplinary, and we are honored to have with us Professor Technologist Dr. Rose Alinda Alias. She is a senior professor of information system and the founding director of the Center of Artificial Intelligence at IIUM, a highly accomplished scholar and visionary leader in higher education. She has made significant contribution to both research and academic development. With over 35 years of academic experience, she has mentors more than 24 PhD candidates and developed a strong research portfolio in knowledge management, digital transformation, and AI applications, earning thousands of citations worldwide. So her breadth of expertise and passion for technology-driven innovation make her a dynamic contributor to IIUM ICT faculty and beyond. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Professor Technologist Dr. Rose Alinda Alias. Assalamu alaikum, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. As always, a speaker always so embarrassed when she hears the profile being read out. Okay, anyway, I'm very excited to go into my topic and I don't want to run over time. So I'm given 1 hour, so it's only 11 slides that I'm doing. So hopefully all of you can go through. So I don't know whether you can see my slides or not. I have shared my, okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your slide.
Okay, TDR, right? Transdisciplinary research.
Yes, bro.
So this is my plan for today within the 60 minutes that is given for me. So I'm just going to spend about 5 minutes to explain why we're doing transdisciplinary research topic. Previously, I have done different topics for the postgraduate at IIUM, even though I did not join IIUM as a lecturer. This is the first time that I am joining IIUM as a full-time lecturer. So I retired from University Technology Malaysia, but IIUM asked me to join them to set up the Artificial Intelligence Center. So that's why you see me. So we have just received that name. It's just a few hours ago it was approved with budget. So it's called CTIS, yeah? Center for Tawhidic Artificial Intelligence Studies. So our focus is on the epistemology, Tawhidic epistemology. So it's not on artificial intelligence, but on natural intelligence. But today's lecture, I'm not going to talk about AI. The previous semesters, I have always been talking about AI. So this time around, it's mainly about trans-TDR. That is the topic that CPS has given me. So that is what I'm going to be focusing on. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So this is my plan for me. So and motivation, 5 minutes. The concept overview, 10 minutes. And I will talk about what we mean by transdisciplinary research. It's not single discipline, it's not multidiscipline, it's not even integrated discipline, but it's about transdisciplinary. So that is different, yeah? It's not about single discipline and not even different disciplines working together. So I will give an example so that you will understand what we mean by transdisciplinary research. And then we will, of course, talk about challenges of having a transdisciplinary research. We talk about challenges first, and then only talk about benefits of having transdisciplinary research. So for all of you, we want you might be coming from different disciplines, you might be coming from different countries, in fact, but we want you to work together. So that is one of the key characteristics of transdisciplinary research, or TDR. It's about working together, collaborating. And it's a misnomer, I think, when postgraduate research is seen as a single, it's about you. So I have to repeat and emphasize this. No man or lady or woman or person is an island. You have to work with others, yeah? So we will talk about how we implement TDR outside of Malaysia and within Malaysia. And then we will spend some time to reflect and discuss about TDR, yeah? So I will be rushing along. I understand that some of you may be having problems in getting access. So I'm giving you time to get access. So if you have any issues, please highlight here and just unmute yourself, or even type in the, I'm reading the chats now. Okay. So Dr. Nadia is saying that she is in Kuantan. You know that IIUM has 2 campuses, one in Gombak, 3 campuses actually, one in KL, one in Gombak, and one in Kuantan. So, okay, let me jump to the latest. So that's the first chat that I received. And then Angra Krishna Ajani was saying thank you to the previous speaker, who is Dr. Fatin. So we will talk about, so I'm always looking at the chats, yeah, and the chats will be recorded. So don't worry about that. So you can just write whatever questions that you may have in the chats, yeah? So why TDR? So why do we need to do I'm doing a research in postgraduate. You may ask yourself, why is it that I need to learn about TDR? So as I have highlighted, it's about working together. So no postgraduate student is an island. Don't think that it's just a journey between you, your supervisor, and your supervisor. Sometimes if you are lucky, I don't know if you're lucky or you're not lucky, your supervisor don't care about you and let you just sail along. So it's not just about you and your supervisor. Don't complain and say that my supervisor don't even communicate or talk or respond to my messages. What do I do? So even though you have other supervisors, or it's okay for you to talk to your other supervisors and not your main supervisor, and it's okay for you to even talk to someone. Just communicate and talk to other people. Yeah, that's the important thing. So we hope that the emphasis on TDR will actually make all of you work together. So it's not just with another lecturer. It's important for you to work with your community. You have to know who is your community. And then you have to know who is your subject of study, is the practitioner in your discipline. You have to know all of that. So the first thing that I need you to do is to identify who is your community. Do you have a community? And who is the practitioner in your community? And who is the academic in your community? Who are the professors in your community? You should be able to answer that, yeah? Your supervisor might not ask you the question, but just be ready, yeah? Because we want you to pass your PhD, we want you to pass your master's viva without relying on your supervisor. And the most important thing about transdisciplinary research is that most of the real world problems we call wicked problems in real world and with impact to society actually requires us to work together. You cannot expect, let's say, I came from a technology university. I retired from a technology university, but I don't think, and I would say that I do not marginalize or I do not put aside the social scientists from my group. If I do not just say or think, okay, I will only communicate or talk to those who are technically literate. Please do not have that attitude. You must talk to everyone. Everyone is valuable. Yeah? So that is important for you to remember. And then we talk about what is single disciplinary. I'm thinking all of you, do you know what is your discipline? Just write down what is your discipline. I'm not asking you to write in the chat, but please write down in your notebook. So you should have your notebook. By the end of today's lecture, your notebook should be full, should be at least one page is full. Yeah? So what do you write in your first page? Just now you were supposed to write who is your community and who is your practitioner. So that is the question that I need you to answer. And then what is your discipline? So you have to know that. So if you work with other disciplines, that's good. But then there is no integration. So that is multidiscipline, different disciplines working together. And then we have interdiscipline. That means different disciplines work together, but they work together for a common cause. But what is transdisciplinary then? What is TDR? TDR is about creating a new discipline, or what we call, this is very trendy word, co-creation. So please include this word, co-create. You must co-create with another discipline, with other disciplines, and there must be actors. You must know who will solve the problem, who will be responsible to solve your problem. So you have to put in your paper, I want all of you, I know at the end of this lecture, we will have a photo, but I want all of you, instead of showing your face, it's not that I don't think your face is not handsome or pretty, but I need to know that you have actually written something. So please get your paper ready. Please now show everyone off your camera and show your paper. Do you have a paper in front of you? Fatin, do you have a paper? Hasanah, do you have a paper? Yes, I see Hasanah's paper. Mariba, you're not even showing anything. Ikhwanul, Debbie, where is your paper? Debbie Sintania, where is your paper? I don't want to see your face, but I don't want to see your cartoon face, but I want to see your paper that you will jot down. So what discipline are you in? Ziad, what discipline are you in? Ziad Hamad, what discipline are you in? Can you speak? Or they don't allow you to speak as well?
I can
Okay,
see,
I
yes.
need, yes, you can speak. That's good. Okay, what discipline are you in, Ziad?
Oh, discipline, I'm sorry. The discipline I'm in is Islamic thought and civilization.
Okay, that's good because that is a social science discipline. So who
Yes.
are you working with, Ziad?
I'm working with Dr. Imtiaz Yusuf.
Okay, is
Yeah.
there any technical specialist in your field, in your problem? What problem are you trying to
Uh,
solve?
well, I'm trying to solve the religious origins of Zionism. So I'm looking from a
Okay,
historical point of view, the religious origins, and I'm trying to use Jewish historical evidences to draw the connection, to draw parallels between Rabbinic Judaism and Zionism. And also, I want to do this under an Islamic perspective as well, to take evidences from
good.
the Quran. And
That's very good.
Dr.
I think you're
Imtiaz
in the
seems to
right
really
place.
like,
Definitely you're in the right university. I
yeah,
think
yeah,
if you
thank you.
go to UTM, for example, they will be like, oh, what is he talking about? But I appreciate what Ziad is telling me. So Ziad, please don't, you are not working alone, right? You are working with your
No.
supervisor and also with others. So who is
Yeah.
your community?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you
Yeah,
so
do
much,
you have a
doctor.
community? Debbie, do you have a community? I'm now
I
going
do. I do.
because Shuhada, do you have a community? Shuhada?
Oh, a community. I'm in a WhatsApp community. Yes.
Yeah, but then there has to be a community that
Oh,
you're
like a
working.
specialty. Like they have the same specialty as me. I have a few associates in the university besides the professor. I would. They're not exactly in the same discipline, but they like to hear to listen to what I'm saying, and they give a little feedback. Like one of them, he's in sociology. He's a sociology major. And I feel like there's some useful information there because there's definitely a big psychological aspect to what I'm studying. And when you're mixing politics and religion so interchangeably, like the way that the Jews have been doing for centuries, it makes sense how they're able to do that with Zionism these days. It's just a natural manifestation, and people like to pretend that it's all just politics and just crazy what do you call it, it's just a political ideology, but it's way beyond that. So but yeah, I'm trying to find common parallels between me and other students because I don't know anyone exactly in my field, unfortunately, not
And
yet.
it's not unfortunate, it's fortunate that you don't know anyone in your field. Talk to another person in another field, in a different field. So that's what this lecture encourages you to do. So it's okay if you can't find anyone doing your topic in your discipline, or you can't find anyone in your discipline. That's fine, because the important thing is for you to, first thing, please talk about your topic and your research to others. And
Yeah.
then others cannot just be one group. Others has got to be a wide range of people, practitioners, community especially. But you must know who will benefit from the work that you're doing. Who will benefit?
Exactly.
You know who
Thank
will
you.
benefit. So that's your community, yeah?
Yeah. I feel like so many different types of people could benefit from my research, especially
that's
especially
good.
the anti-Zionist Jews, because when they do not draw the proper connection, when they keep saying it's not a religious ideal at all, they push the narrative away from trying to successfully dismantle Zionism, unfortunately. So if you can't have that hard conversation, it's still going to be around. And
Okay, good.
there's a lot I want to say about
Okay,
that.
so Sakina, you have no idea what is transdisciplinary? Where is no Sakina Azli? Show me your face or your voice at least.
Thank you
I
so
want to
much,
hear from you.
Adam.
No
Appreciate
Sakina?
it.
Thank you, Zia.
Yeah.
No Sakina, thank you very much, Ziad. Can I hear from Nur Sakina now, because she is writing in the chat, what is transdisciplinary? I have no idea what is transdisciplinary research. Can we hear from Sakina? I am assuming that we call you Sakina. You don't want to say something? No, Sakina? You don't want to say anything? Yeah, I will go on. So is it like Nada we're saying? So is it like if I am studying toxicology? Yes, TDR includes hospital, everyone. Whoever, yes, Nada. I see Nada. I think I saw Nada just now. Very, very beautiful picture. When she off it, it's a beautiful picture. But you're right. When you are studying toxicology, you have to include as many people in your community as possible. Yeah, so that is important. So don't just stick, just because you're studying one group in your research, you only talk to that group. The importance of TDR is that you must talk to as many as possible. That's how you can get co-creation. What does co-creation mean? Can anyone answer me? What is co-creation? Farid Khan is asking an example for transdisciplinary research. Farid, we have not gone through that yet. That will be in the, I think in the third slot, with several slides after this. So don't go away. Yeah? Okay. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, Doktor.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam. Who's that?
Sakina here.
Yes, Sakina.
Sorry, I'm just
Sakina, finally I hear your voice. I'm so
just now
glad.
I've got related issue with my phone the settings, so now I already fixed the settings.
Okay.
So I just joined for master.
Okay, so
So
you're doing postgraduate master study, okay.
so
What are you studying actually? What's your problem? It must be a wicked problem for you to utilize a transdisciplinary research approach. It must be a wicked problem. And you try to understand what is a wicked problem.
okay,
Sakina,
yes.
what is your problem?
So I never heard about TDR, so I don't have the basic about TDR. So that's why I'm asking what is TDR is all about.
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand what is TDR, but I need to know what is your research about so that I can find ways for you to answer that question on your own without relying on the slides.
So I'm doing coursework.
Mhm.
I took coursework
You
for
still
my
have to do
master.
project, right?
Yes. So I'm not how to say, I'm not choosing any project yet because just register. I'm new student. So yeah, I've
That's
not.
fine, but you should start looking, even though you have just registered, you should start looking. Why are you here? Why are you in IIUM? There must be a problem that tickles you, that makes you, I have to solve this problem. Not just because you want to get employment or not just because you want to get a master's. There must be a problem for you to want to solve. Yeah. So you try
Okay.
and look for that problem. Can yes, Sakina?
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Hasana asked a question. What's the difference between a discipline versus a field? Hasana Mustafa, I think. Hi Hasana. Hi Hasana, you're very pretty, very sweet.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. So, apa beza antara disiplin? What's the difference of a discipline versus a field? And it's okay if you write, if you have typos. I understand that is actually what you mean. What's the difference? Which one is a bigger, a field? Okay, what is a discipline? Discipline means, what is an example of a discipline that you know? What discipline are you in, Hasanah?
Okay, Prof. I'm actually in Kuliah of Medicine.
Yeah, so that's very clear. Your discipline is
Medical medicine. Okay.
medical. You could KOM from Kuantan, right?
Yes. And I'm teaching, I'm in anatomy and histology unit. So I'm teaching anatomy histology.
So you're focusing on anatomy.
Yes.
Because medicine is a big discipline, right? So what's you're asking the question, what's the difference of a discipline versus a field? Which one do you think is bigger?
I think maybe.
Or is it the same? Or do you think that is
initially
interchangeable?
I thought it is the same. I thought it's the same interchangeable words actually.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
That's why I become confused, Prof.
Okay, so can you enlighten us what's the difference between a discipline versus a field? Which one is bigger? Just answer this very basic question. Which one is bigger, discipline or field?
Discipline?
Bigger or smaller?
Bigger.
Right? Yeah, correct. Okay. So what's the difference?
So the
You're correct.
field is within the discipline.
Yes. So, for example, you talk about medicine is a discipline, right? So it cannot be used interchangeably because they have different scope, right? So, but we're talking about different. So, if I would say that is medicine a transdisciplinary?
I would say yes.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
The first example that I would give is medicine is an example of a transdisciplinary because you have actors, right? And you co-create.
Yes.
Okay, so you already got it. You're not confused here, Hasanah.
Okay, all right, Prof.
You're not confused. whenever we are confused, okay, the first thing that we have to do, we have to admit, I'm confused. And then look for the answer yourself. Don't rely on ChatGPT or don't rely on others to tell you. You look for the answer and try to understand within your context. And I think you have succeeded because you are giving the example that discipline is medicine, for example. But when you focus on anatomy, you have to work with whom?
With the anatomist.
Okay.
And
Anatomists, who are the anatomists?
lecturers,
Okay.
lecturers. But of course, we also have support staff like the lab technician, the science officer.
Okay, you're talking all within the in one context. But who is outside, out there, outside of the university that you need to communicate?
Student? Are you saying?
Okay, so the students come from different disciplines, right? They
Yeah.
come from different, when you study about anatomy, for example, anatomy, I'm assuming, because I'm not from medical, but anatomy, I think, is about the parts of the body, right? The
Yes.
bones, all of that is, but you will not just understand what is an anatomy if you just talk to other lecturers or technicians, for example. You will understand if you talk to more people. The more people that you talk to, then you will understand it better, right?
Yes, yes.
So that is important, yeah? Do not stay within yourself. That is important. So you must talk to others, especially if they are if they are not in your discipline or not in your, you have highlighted that it is okay. Kaniza, Kaniza, are you there? Oh my God, Kaniza is there. Oh my God, Kaniza.
I'm here.
I know that you registered in IIUM, but I didn't expect you to be here. Now I dah malu dah.
Hey, why? I'm listening. Bro.
Okay, so what is co-creation? Can you help us out? Co-create is such a trendy word. Everyone talks about co-creation. What does co-creation mean? Can anyone help us here?
Yeah.
What
Are
does
you asking me?
co-creation mean?
Okay, I'll try.
Yes, please.
It's
Please, Kaniza.
basically a collaborative
Enlighten all of
process.
us.
It's a collaborative process. You know, it can be involved as many people as you can get into a group for a single purpose, for an objective that is common for everybody to share. So it's about getting as many stakeholders involved,
Yes.
participants involved in the
Different
process.
stakeholders, and we all of us, there is no one creator.
Yes.
We co-create. That means
Yeah.
when we want to develop something new, we have to co-create. We have to, all of us have a role to play, yeah? So we have to work together. So that is what the importance of co-creation. I'm sure, Kaniza, you're in architecture. I hope you haven't changed your discipline.
No, I haven't. Still
Good,
practicing.
Okay, so I have to tell Hamdan that Kaniza was in the audience. Okay, by the way, Hamdan is my husband for all of the others. And I know Kaniza because I have been to her restaurant and I know her work. So it was a surprise to read in Facebook that you joined as a postgraduate student, but I totally did not expect you to be in the audience today. So it is important for us to co-create. It's so trendy. Everyone talks about co-creation, but do we understand what is co-creation means? Yeah. Okay. So let me go to the next slide. Okay. So philosophical foundations. I'm not going to talk about this, but it's on complexity theory and system thinking. Those of you who are from information systems, you might know what is systems thinking. I think just this is in your slide, so just look for this. What is complexity theory? What is systems thinking? And then there are several modes of knowledge production, knowledge creations. It's all part of knowledge management, yeah. But we have both true which is all about transdisciplinary. We can only go to the next stages of knowledge management if we are in transdisciplinary research. But I think the third point is more relatable. It must be context driven. That's why you must know what is your context. So all of you must write your context. And you must know what is your problem. So Sakina, you cannot just say, I have just joined, I don't have a problem, I am coursework student, all of that. It's okay, but there is a problem. Even for coursework students, you have to do a project. So that whenever we do a project, there must be a problem that you want to solve. I know what problem Kaniza is trying to solve. And I think you are an example that we should. I think if we have more time, I will ask you to talk more about your research, but unfortunately, we don't have more time. But key characteristics of a transdisciplinary research is that you must have a problem. That's the first thing. You must have a problem. You know what is your problem. So the first thing you have to write on your piece of paper, what is my problem? And your problem is not to be solved by you. Your problem will be solved with others. Co-create with others. So that's what we mean by collaborative. That means you have to work with others. It must be in a team. Even though at the end of the day, your thesis is going to have only your name, but for you to... okay, this is another question that I like to ask postgraduate students. Is it when we talk about your thesis, what's the difference of your thesis versus your group's thesis? Do you know what's the difference? And many postgraduates, it's my thesis. Of course, this is my work. Please, when we talk about transdisciplinary research, you have to be aware that to solve your problem, you cannot solve it alone. You must solve it with others, but you write on a particular problem, on a focused problem that you are addressing and solving. So it's a teamwork, but every team member has a focus. So you must know what is your focus, yeah? Okay. I'm reading the chats as well. So please, if you want to say anything, just write it there. Okay, so Hasana is very active there. And Nada is very active. Cooperation, is it like creating something with the people use or be affected by it? Not just for what is it? Not just for them. So yes, Hasana, I have to see you again, Hasana. Sorry, is your phone now working?
Second Prof.
So you ask the question. So you know that that is a typical developer mentality, because I am in IT. So whenever we create something, we say that it's for them. So as long as they see the appreciation, but participatory, we have to get them involved from the very beginning. And that is a problem why many systems do not work, because you spend a lot of time developing the system and you give to the user and you say, okay, I've spent a lot of time, so here it is, and try it. And then if they don't like it and they don't want to use it, and then you say, that's your problem, I spent a lot of time. But you didn't let them participate in producing the system. And please, you have to reflect on what you have done. You have to read, where did I go wrong? Please be brave enough to say, I was wrong here, I was wrong there. Be brave enough and be reflexive. Think about, don't just say, okay, I wash my hands because I have done my job, that's it. No, reflect upon it. Because when you reflect, you think about what you have done and has it changed? How has it changed the context? So these 4 characteristics are very important. So you must identify, does your research have these 4 characteristics? If it has these 4 characteristics, then you must employ transdisciplinary research. if it is problem-oriented, if it requires you working with many people, and also not just working with many people, but you have to get them participate in the development. If you integrate this is again knowledge management, integrative. What's the difference between integrating and changing or transforming? You know the difference? In AI, we call it integration is just about using AI, using tools, but convergence is about using the AI, not just to the point of using AI, but it must change your life. It must change you. So that is why we call by transformative. Okay? And you must reflect on it. So please examine your research areas and see does it have these 4 characteristics. Problem is important, collaborative, participatory, integrative, and then you must be reflexive. You must think about what have I done? Has it changed the context? Has it changed it? Has it changed anything, in fact? Okay. Says my internet connection is unstable. If stop me anytime that can't get my slides. Yeah. So what are the benefits? Yeah. I talked about wicked problems. So there are problems that are blah, 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 but there are wicked problems. We want to solve wicked problems. So what do we mean by wicked problem? Let me just call out the name that I see. Nadira. If you don't put your face there, then I'm going to call you. So after this, I hope that more people will show their face. Nadira Ahmad Roslan, I think. Can I hear your voice? Can I see your face? Okay. What is a wicked problem in your area? Can anyone, Najiha Marzuki, can you give example of a wicked problem that you are trying to solve? Najiha? I don't hear from Najiha. Shuhada, I'm sure that she's off somewhere. This is the thing about. Okay, so if you just put the camera off, then I will call on you. Yeah? Okay, Shuhada, nasib baiklah Shuhada. Ni nampak ke muka Najiha. Now I see your pretty face. Okay. Muhammad Muzamil, Nadira. Nadira masih lagi tak ke mana-mana lah tu Nadirahnya. Nadira, I don't see your face. Okay, Shuhada. I nampak Shuhada dulu. So Shuhada, what is a wicked problem? What discipline are you in?
Counseling.
Okay, good. Counseling is, I'm sure there are many wicked problems. So what is a problem, wicked problem in counseling? I can think of several. Can you think of, Shuhada, can you think of a wicked problem in counseling? Okay. Najiha, I have to call upon you. Sorry, Najiha. What discipline are you in?
Business study.
Wow, that's the same discipline that I am. I was doing IT and I really wanted to study business. So I went to do Masters in Business Administration because I really wanted to study business. Okay, there are many wicked problems in business. Can you think of a wicked problem that you are looking into?
I will do in micro entrepreneur, where I found out that most of them are not even have enough information on assistance from government, let's say grant.
Okay, because there are many, the government is trying to do so much, but the thing is, how can you help them if they don't even bother to find out? So your study, are you doing research or doing coursework?
Research, inshallah.
Okay, sure. So your research will address this wicked problem of the entrepreneurs tak kisah pun. About
also
whatever facilities, they don't care. So you want to promote, you want to make them have interest, right?
Yeah, exactly. Also macam to give their to to let they know what they need to do to enhance their business, to, you know.
Because they always give this, because in the year 2000, when I first started teaching in UTM, or not started teaching, when I first started to teach postgraduate in UTM, I did masters in IT entrepreneurship. So at that time, people just want to know what's the technical aspects of IT. And then I said, okay, what problem do you want to solve? They don't talk about, they don't even care, but they are supposed to set up IT businesses. But they don't want to know what is the problem that they can come up with solutions. So that is an example. I think you have a good problem that is still not being solved.
I need your doa, Doctor.
It needs to be solved, please. I dah naik geram sangat. Macam, kenapa you tak kaya lagi budak-budak IT entrepreneur ni? I dah jumpa macam-macam. Last dia jadi apa tau? Jadi academics. They're supposed to be millionaires. They're supposed to be, that's the reason why we say, okay, at that time, IT was not as trendy. But then businesses lagi, when you talk about IT businesses at that time, it was just about kedai komputer. Most is about like that. I said, that's not using software engineering. That's not using the knowledge that you have learned. So we want them to be innovative. Okay? So that's the second reason why we need to be transdisciplinary, because it enhances innovation. Yes.
I'm actually planning to do something that related to website also. Related to technology to solve for all of this issue.
Okay, but the thing is, if they don't even bother to
use,
think that they will go and for a website on how to help them, they don't even bother. Not that they do.
Sorry, Doctor, I cannot hear your voice.
Doctor, are you there?
Yes. Ms. Bahur, I'm here, but then I hear, okay, now can you hear me? I think the whirring sound has stopped.
Yes, now we can hear.
Okay, because just now it was whirring, something was whirring, and I was like trying to find what is whirring inside my computer. Anyway, we are trying to say that the problem that Shuhada is trying to solve for entrepreneurs is something that has not been solved. It is a weaker problem, and we want to be innovative. And innovative is not just about, you have to work with other disciplines, not just business studies, with IT. Who are you working with, Shuhada?
I think you mentioned Najiha.
Yes?
My name is Najiha. You're asking Shahada.
Yeah, the business studies is Najiha.
Yeah, exactly.
Shuhada dah hilang. Mana Shuhada? Okay, yes. Sorry, Najiha. Okay, so who are you working with?
My supervisor will be Dr. Amira.
Okay, but then it's still the danger about postgraduate is just you and your supervisor, and perhaps because you are in business studies, then you work with another discipline, but that is not transdisciplinary. Yeah, transdisciplinary is when you create a new discipline, and the discipline may not have a name yet. But a good example is medicine, for example. Business studies is a very traditional single discipline. But when you work with others, that is called multidiscipline. But how do you transdiscipline? How do you co-create? So that's the important thing, yeah? Okay, and it is important to have legitimacy and trust, and you have impactful outcomes. I have 10 minutes left. Okay. Mas Bahru, how many minutes do I have left?
10 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I think I have to stop. I don't want to be the next speaker, have to wait for me to finish, okay? So these are all things that I learned but you can read up on this. Stakeholder analysis is important. I think Kaniza talked about knowing who are your stakeholders. You have to know who are you, and you have to do a matrix of who are the different stakeholders that is working with you. So stakeholder analysis matrix, please do that stakeholder analysis for your problem. And if you can't do that, then that means you are in trouble because you are not doing transdisciplinary. So you have to do a stakeholder analysis, and then you have to talk about theory of change. It must be impactful. Then you must have living. What is a living lab? I think Kaniza knows what is a living lab. A living lab is a lab, but when we talk about lab, is always think a lab is a very sterile environment in our building. But a living lab is out there. It's in real life. That's what we try to do. Create this living lab for your problem. And then to get consensus, use Delphi method, for example. What is a Delphi method? What is a Delphi method? Has anyone used the Delphi method? Who's in social science? You must have used a Delphi method. That is one of the methods that you can try when you do your surveys and questionnaires. Yeah. Okay. Evaluation and impact. You have to look at the process. What do you get out of the? When you look at the process, you have to look at what's the quality of. Remember, it's about participation, it's about collaboration. So how's the quality of working? It's not just, okay, I've worked with this, not just ticking it out. So you have to see the process. Are you actually co-creating with the person? So your collaboration quality must be very good. And then what's the result? Is it impactful? Is it useful? And then output is, what's the difference of output versus outcome? Anyone can come up with what's the difference of output versus outcome. Output is, okay, output is immediate from the project. Outcome is something that is longer term, but the outcome is more general. What do we see in the society as a result? Yeah? So focus on learning and transformation. And then remember, I talk about being reflexive. You have to think about, what have I done here? Have I done it the right way? Was I ethical in my approach? I had a whole lecture last semester's group in terms of ethics of using technology. So you have to think about, you have to be reflexive in the sense that you have to acknowledge that, of course, you're the master, you're the researcher, and there will be bias. So you have to acknowledge that, you have to declare that, and then make sure that everyone, you have different parties being involved, right? So make sure that there is equitable participation, and of course, doing things right and doing the right things, promoting ethical engagement. When you, especially in medicine, yeah, or anything that involves people, we always have ethics. Are you being ethical or not? And then what's the benefit of sharing with the communities? Okay? So the conclusion is, I hope, Mas Bahul, I have, how many minutes left do I have, Mas Bahul? I have 6 minutes left,
We
right?
have 6 minutes left, including the photo session. Yes.
Including the photo. Who is going to take the photo? Are you going to take the photo?
Most probably we'll just take a screenshot because this is
Okay,
online.
remember, I don't want to see your faces, but I want to see your paper. That's for the photo session. So we solve wicked problems, and we find, where do we find the wicked problems? Out there. It's in real life, it's in society. And the TDR will be a bridge between the society and doing science, for example, doing what is systematic or systemic. There's a difference between systematic versus systemic. Okay, Wan Ahmad Suki, ask, can we say output is result, outcome is product? No. No, Wan Ahmad Suki, you've got your question have got here. Where are you, Wan Ahmad Suki? Can I hear you? Okay, he wrote there, can we say output? We cannot. Output is result, outcome is product. No, outcome is longer term. Product is usually from our research. Sometimes, immediately we have a product. But then the outcome, do we see how it benefits the people? So it's beyond the product. We see the product in action. That is what outcome is, yeah? So it's not just a product, but product is more of an output. But outcome is what's the long-term result of having the product in action. That is a product, yeah? Wan Ahmad Suki. Okay, and then it fosters humility, openness, and also shared learning. Yeah, so this is something that we have to discuss. What differentiates TDR from interdisciplinary research? We'll talk about the example of a TDR. I was trying to discuss this in the example. What was it that asked? Oh, do we have an example? Siapa tadi? Siapa? So what differentiates TDR from interdisciplinary research? Beza trans versus interdisciplinary? You have more than one discipline working together, yes. But then what differentiates the TDR from different disciplines just working together? Right? Okay, so what differentiates TDR from interdisciplinary research is mainly the outcome and then the effects of working together. Promote innovation, you know, the 4 characteristics that we have. So how do you ensure that stakeholder relevance? We get so many people playing together, working together, but how do you make sure that each person feels that they are valuable and relevant? How do you do that? Masuki masih tak ada. Okay, and then most of the times we have to change the institution. What institutional reforms are needed? I missed a few slides. Global Malaysia. Mana slide saya Global Malaysia tu? Okay, I missed. Global and Malaysian context. I think you will get the slides after this from CPS. So, UNESCO and Horizon Europe is global or Malaysian context? I need to hear your voices, please. Switch off switch on your audio. Unmute yourself. UNESCO is a global. So what is SDG? Sustainable Development Goals. How many SDGs do we have? 17, right? Correct. So we have 17 SDGs. But these SDGs, let's say SDG 4 is quality education. Kena hafal tu. SDG 5 is what? Gender, right? About gender equality. Yang mana SDG about collaborations? 17 kan? So all of these SDG requires us to use transdisciplinary research. Do not ever say that I am going to use my discipline for SDG. For example, education. Just because you are in education and you say that I'm doing SDG 4 and therefore I don't need to work with other disciplines, that is wrong. You need to work with other disciplines for SDGs. And then for Malaysia, we have national priorities. Everyone is talking about budi sekarang ni kan. What is budi now? It's about the petrol, whatever, petrol. It's like your IC, whatever. So that's a national priority, but we have to have different sector. We cannot just look and depend on one sector. So cross-sectoral solutions for national priorities. And we have for SDG 17 is about collaboration, cooperation. So we have to have partnerships for the goal of all 17 goals. So you must remember this. All 17 SDGs cannot be solved by one discipline each SDG. And the second thing is all of the SDG must be approached through transdisciplinary research, especially SDG 17. Because SDG 17 is all about cooperation, collaboration. Okay. I have some suggested readings. For challenges. Okay, Mas Bahu, I think I skipped a few slides.
Okay.
But I have 11 slides itu actually. Looks a lot kan? Tak banyak slides sebenarnya. I have planned it for 1 hour lecture. If you give me 3-hour lecture, I will produce more slides and more information. Thank you very much. I think it's 4:31. Mas Bahu, can we take the photo now?
Yes, ma'am,
Everyone,
we can.
please switch on your camera, but I don't want to see your face. I want to see the paper that you have used and you have jotted. Good, thank you, Nada. I see your paper there. Okay. Mardiah. Mardiah.
Yes, madam. I'm
Sangat saya jauhin terus sangat. Mardiah Jabatan. Sorry lah.
Mardia Hayati.
Mardiah. Okay, kenapa macam J? Okay. Raihan, yes. Thank you, Raihan. Sadiq Chaudhry, I can see your paper. Norma Ziana pun dah see your paper. Dayang, where's your paper, Dayang? Akinas, I can see your paper. Okay. Hasanah pun ada paper. Okay. So I need to see the papers that you have jotted down the notes, and you can ask any questions from me if you have more questions, because 1 hour is definitely not enough. But you can ask me at Alinda. I don't use my first name. alinda@iium.edu. So just use Alinda, and you can get me. So my name is Rose Alinda alias. I know everyone calls me Prof. Rose, but then I use my middle name Alinda for my email and all of my identification. So please message me if you have any questions, especially if it's regarding your own research. Okay, Mas Bahu, can we take a photo now?
Yes, ma'am, we can take a photo. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe you can unshare the slides so that everyone will be on. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, one.
Great.
Ready? 1,
Great.
2, 3. Okay, wait. Another one. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dia orang kasih I 1 jam je, so I wish I have more time. But thank you very much anyway. But please message ada 14 je chat soalan. Okay.
Thank you so much, madam, for your very interactive and energetic session. Inshallah, may Allah give us the tawfiq to implement all of the lesson you have taught us. Amin. Thank you again, ma'am. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Prof.
Attendance list. May I know where's the attendance list?
Thank you, Prof.
Attendance list.
Okay, so now we are at the end of our session, day 2 session. So as it is my honor to introduce our final speakers, speaker for the day, the Deputy Dean of CPS, Associate Professor Dr. Azhar Muhammad Ibrahim. Dr. Azhar is an Associate Prof at the Department of Mechatronics Engineering, IIUM, and earned his PhD in Computer Science from University Sains, Malaysia, specializing in collective intelligence. His research expertise span computational intelligence, deep reinforcement learning, multi-agent system, robotic, and cooperative intelligence. He also serves as the coordinator of the Advanced Multi-Agent System Lab at IIUM. With an impressive track record, Dr. Azhar has published extensive in high-impact journals, secured multiple research grants internationally and nationally, and also supervised many PhD scholars. His work focused on developing intelligence model for agent and robots, particularly in emergency response and navigation system. So we are truly privileged to have him here today to deliver the closing speech for day 2 of our postgraduate Taruf week. So brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Azhar Muhammad Ibrahim. Assalamu alaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Right, thank you, our beloved Master of Ceremony, Brother Masbah Rahman Khan. Brother Misbah, we call him Misbah. Misbah is one of my students. So that's why he know quite a lot of me. Thank you, Brother Misbah, for the very nice introduction. All right, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished professors, respected colleagues, and my dear postgraduate students. So first of all, so we are at the closing of the Taruf week. So, and all of you already become a part of IIUM community. So I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Okay, so because you have chosen IIUM as the next step in your academic journey. So I think all of you must be here already for a few days already. What your thought about IIUM? When you enter UIA, we call UIA IIUM. So when you enter IIUM, what do you think about IIUM? When you see about his beautiful of in this university, anything you would like to share with me? Anyone there would like to share with me? Just in these few days, what's your, what you have some of the things that good things about this university? Maybe food? How about the food? Anyone? Nobody is responding. Right, but I believe, inshallah, it will be a very, yes, Brother Ziad. Brother Ziad Hamad, I can see you have raised your hand.
Brother Ziad, you wanna say something? Yeah.
Just want to mention that I like that I was able to meet so many interesting people from all over the world. So
All right, okay. So, yes, Brother Ziad.
we get to make good friends with a lot of people because I came earlier, from like more than a month ago. So we got to
Go
make friends.
everywhere, very convenient and good by beautiful blue roof campus, home, international panoramic and nice, the diversity, mashallah. Calm, serenity, love the Islamic vibes so much. So that's it. Yes, we can say a lot of things. There are a lot of things, good things about this university, International Islamic University, Malaysia. So that is our university. We need to be proud of our university. Right. Okay. So your presence here, it is the beginning of your new chapter in your life. So there are a lot of opportunities, challenges, and also we are hoping for the tremendous growth. So in UIA, in IIUM, we are deeply, we are committed to nurture both your academic and also spiritual development. So we believe in education that shapes your character, values, and the ability to contribute positively to the society and generally for the whole ummah at all. Okay, so brothers and sisters, as you know, you know better. IUM is set apart. You know why? Because we have the unwavering commitment in upholding the Tawhid. So our fundamental principle in the pursuit and application of knowledge. So we do have revealed knowledge derived from the Quran and Sunnah, rational inquiry through the use of our intellect and reasoning, and also, of course, the empirical knowledge. So this holistic approach ensures that knowledge is not pursued merely for the professional success, but also with responsibility and purpose. So our aim for the betterment of humanity. All right. So as you know, we have the Imam Ghazali once stated that knowledge without action is madness, and action without knowledge is void. So the integration of knowledge and practical, this is what we want, and this is what we hope, right? So whether you are pursuing your postgraduate studies, postgraduate journeys in social science, pure science, engineering, Islamic studies, or any other discipline, your work, inshallah, will contribute to the greater body of the knowledge and also for the betterment of humanity. All right. Okay. So as you are, okay, as brothers and sisters, as you are in this, postgraduate journey, okay, so let's lighten a bit our mood. Okay. Okay. So two things, two things will be there. So to lighten the mood a bit, okay, one is you will become your best friend will be either coffee or chai. So that is normal for during this postgraduate journey. Coffee in one hand and your thesis in another hand. And the second one, okay, so there is another magical ability, of the graduate student where, the closer the deadline, the more productive you become. In anything, in any research, if there is any deadline, the productivity level will be very high. Right. And we also can say that we could say that if we survive in this graduate school, we can survive in most of the things. Right. But this is true, right? It is important to acknowledge, that it is not always be easy. Postgraduate studies come with their, a lot of challenges. So that's why, there will be some tight deadlines, some of obstacles in terms of the research, and some of doubting of the terms of the research, right? So, but we need to remember each challenge is an opportunity for us to grow. So that is the thing. So each challenge we need to tackle. So this is for all, even this is generally for all, but for you guys it will be more special. So each challenges that you face in this postgraduate journeys, face it, inshallah, tawakkal, inshallah, it will be easy, inshallah. And please, of course, your time management skills will be key, key to your success. Okay, so we need to set our goals and then tasks, and inshallah, still go on, inshallah. Okay, so we at the CPS, at the Center for Postgraduate Studies, so we are committed to provide complete, comprehensive support to ensure your success. Okay, so from now you have enrolled, you have registered, our team has been working to facilitate your academic experience, and we will continue to do so. We have to throughout your time in IIUM. All right. So few things I would like to remind, as you may heard this already, CPS, Center for Postgraduate Studies, also offers a range of financial assistantships to support your postgraduate journey. So including awards like CPS Sejahtera Award, CPS Khair Awards. We do have also local conference support, and index journal publication fee support, which is around 800 ringgit. And also we do have overseas conference support with limited availability. We call it as a CPS Budiman Travel Grant. So with the maximum amount around 5,000 ringgit. And in terms of the online platforms, we do have iMonitor, iViva. So iMonitor for the research to, when in the research for the research students, that will be very useful platform for you guys. And also, the interaction between you and also your supervisors, and everything can be recorded there. And we do have iViva for the thesis submission. We have iGrad, iMalum, and iTalim, all available to students, providing access to academic resources. Right. So all of this to ensure that smooth communication and progress throughout your studies. Brothers and sisters, another important aspect of your time will be here, I will say the connections. As you might already aware that IIUM is known for its diverse with students from over 100 countries here. So this is an incredible opportunity for you guys to learn from one another, to make connections, to exchange ideas and perspectives, and also, inshallah, it will last a lifetime. Lifetime memory, inshallah. So furthermore, we don't just focus on specialized knowledge, we also, with this opportunity, we want to encourage transdisciplinary. As you already listened from our learned professor, Professor Linda. So just now, that's a very good talk. Alhamdulillah. So this is a chance for you guys during this university with students from diverse countries and also diverse fields. There is a chance for you guys to gain in terms of this also. All right. Okay. So brothers and sisters, postgraduate study, it is about contributing your original thought, asking critical questions, and solving real world problems. Okay, so of course, for this to happen, your faculty, we call here in IIUM kuliah, special name, kuliah. Your kuliah will be the primary space where we want this engagement happens. So stay connected, attend seminars, workshops, conference, and make the most of the resources available to you and actively engage with your kuliah. So the kuliah members in each department, the kuliah members in each department are experts in their fields, and they are always to support you, inshallah. Okay, so before I conclude, I want to emphasize one final point. So your journey here, it is not only about academic success. You have the opportunity to become leaders of the world who will make significant contributions to the society, locally, globally, inshallah, for the whole ummah. All right, so we are living in a time where the world's need very compassionate leaders, informed and ethical leaders. So you are the future of your respective fields, and your contributions, inshallah, will help to make better world, inshallah. So to wrap things, inshallah, I would like to once again congratulate to all of you on beginning this important academic journey at IIUM. So we believe that you will excel and make meaningful throughout your studies, meaningful contributions during your time here. And also we pray to Allah that Allah grant all of us success, wisdom, and perseverance throughout our studies here, your studies here. On behalf of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, I wish you all the best. And can I close, Brother Misbah?
Yes, Doctor. So,
and then, inshallah, I hereby officially close the Taruf week for semester 1 of 2025-2026 academic year. Thank you, inshallah, once again. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Doctor, for your very precise and short session. So as Doctor mentioned about several things, is the campus diversity and also the different kind of foods. And also Doctor mentioned about the scholarship award and iMonitor. So the new students, for them, it will be better if you want to get updated all the time. You just follow the CPS CPS social media platform, and also the IIUM Postgraduate Student Society social media platform. So all the informations, related information about scholarship, award, and everything will be updated there. So you guys will be more updated. And another announcement we have that tomorrow is the outing for the Taruf, another day for outing Taruf week. And then we have another session on Friday, which is the Tetare session, which will be also physical. So don't forget to attend there. That session will be very interesting and beneficial as well, because that session will be face-to-face physical session. So all of the new students are expected to join there. And with
Brother
that,
Misbah, if I may
yes,
interrupt, many have
yes,
commented in the chat
yes,
on
okay,
the
yes,
on the chai.
only chai.
So this teh tarik session will be, inshallah. I think a lot of them will be attending, inshallah.
Yes, yes. When you
I
are
think
talking
they
about
they
the
prefer chai rather than coffee. I'm not sure.
no, many also talk about the coffee as well. When you
Yeah, all
talk
right.
about
Okay, that's good.
yeah, talk about the tea, they all are talking about coffee and chai, but most probably they prefer chai also. So tetare will be very good, inshallah. So before finishing, maybe we will have a group photo again, as this is the last session for day 2. Okay. So can we have a group photo again? Please, everyone just turn on your camera so that we can have a group photo. Another announcement is to join the Tetare session, you have to register first. So only the registered person can join the Tetare session. So don't forget to register and join the Tetare session. It will be on Friday afternoon, and all the details will be given after the registration.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much again, and also thank you our Professor Dr. Azhar for your closing ceremony, closing speech. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.